Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Hey, George.
Keith, is this your last official board meeting?
I believe it is.
Oh,
That's
man.
exciting. That is exciting, isn't it? It's exciting for me anyway.
It's especially exciting for you.
Yeah. The rest of us are like, exciting?
It's kind of exciting for our new applicant person.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is 8:46. This is our regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting, Tuesday, the 27th of April. And the first thing on the agenda is public comment. So if you wish to make a public comment, you can click participants and click raise hand. And we will bring you over and hear you out. Okay, I think we can close that. Next thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates.
For some reason, I thought we had repurposed this, but I guess we didn't. This time slot, we were squeezing stuff around, but I must be mixing it up with last week. So
I think, I know that we were trying to squeeze an executive session in. I looked at the agenda and found an hour at 10 o'clock.
okay, all right. I guess we were kicking around some different ideas.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just kick off real briefly. I won't have too much to say. The usuals. In transportation, we're looking at probably the biggest single item we have right now is on the selection of the contractual method for the Floyd Hill project. And although we have heard that the preferred contractual arrangement would be a CMGC as opposed to a design build project. And the reason is that the CMGC gives us a little more control in sticking to the original design that was worked out after a couple of years of CSS processes versus the design build in which the contractor has a little more leeway to kind of pitch certain thoughts out to save money here and there, which may or may not have been important to us. It doesn't mean that we have no voice, but that voice is certainly diminished. The expectation is that we'd still be running a CMGC, which we would prefer. The meeting is being set up though as a more public meeting now that will be run in a panelist attendee version with just a few folks from mostly CDOT, perhaps one representative from Clear Creek, only there as a technical representative understanding and explaining CSS, which is most likely Cindy Neely. And then the rest of it's, so it's kind of like attending one of the governor's meetings, you know, where we sit and hear things. Anyway, that'll be developing as we go forward, and we'll be making sure that we've already sent in that we're in support of a CMGC contract. CDOT seems to be. We'll track that real closely going forward. And the rest of it is business as usual. The CE and a bunch of meetings coming up. This next month is our big CE meeting again on the 26th, our trimesterly now meeting. And I think I'll just leave it there since we're strapped for time today and got a busy schedule.
I guess I only have two quick ones. One is I have heard informally from a few additional developers about the LDS land that they're interested in putting something together for that. So I know, Keith, you mentioned that you guys were sending out an RFP. So when that's actually public, let me know and I'll make sure to point those people in the right direction. And then another real estate one, I did get a call yesterday from an acquaintance of mine who owns a physical therapy company. It's called Vertical Motion, and they're currently renting some space at the rec center in Idaho Springs. And his name's Josh White. He's interested in finding out if there might be a good match for the new facility. And I mentioned that Ironically, we had just done a walkthrough on Thursday and I saw this beautiful space on the first floor that might be a good fit for him. And I connected him with our owner's rep, Jim Pisula, and hopefully something fruitful comes out of that.
Okay. I don't really have much at all for you. The housing RFP has closed. We have 2 applications. Well, we received 3. We're interviewing 2. But those interviews are taking place, is it Wednesday or Thursday morning? I think Wednesday morning. And I guess something that isn't clear in my mind that might be clear in your mind, Amy. Are we bringing a recommendation to this board, or are we just making the selection? What's the board's pleasure between the 2 consultants for this housing RFP?
Yeah, in the past on RFPs, a lot of it depends on what the subject matter is. The most recent ones that I've been involved with were the fire EMS RFP, and then we also did one for the sheriff's office. I think, the selection committee in both of those cases had representation from the Board of County Commissioners. So I don't think we brought that back to the board for a full board discussion, if I recall correctly. We just kept you in the communication loop. But, it's up to you all if you wanted to have an overview and a presentation from the selection committee to the board, or if you just want to, since George, you're on the committee, it sounds like it'd be somewhat similar to what we've done in the past, and we can just keep the board informed as to what we're doing.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, in the case of the fire consultant and the sheriff one, it was obvious who was the best candidate. And if that's the case, I would say run with it. If you want our opinions or want to involve us, you're welcome to, but I don't feel the need to be involved.
Sounds good to me. The only other thing that I mean, one of the things on my head is that you all have wanted to talk about the stimulus money, and the guidance on the ARPA money should be here within the next 30 days, if not sooner. And that'll be a good time to come back to the board. In the meantime, we're just, not making big financial decisions. I have been thinking a lot about our labor market, and Alyssa and I have decided to put together like a business owner roundtable scheduled for owner and manager, scheduled for 8:30 next Monday. We just want to start circulating ideas about how businesses can work together, and how the county can work with businesses to get access to more employees. This is a big recovery challenge. So I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that. We've been talking about it a bit on Monday's Idaho Springs recovery group meetings, but we wanted to provide some dedicated space and maybe diversify the group a little bit by setting a different slot on the calendar.
And then George, when you're done, I do want to bring up one item since we're under commissioner updates.
Okay.
And I just thought of one other thing that was regarding that thing I mentioned earlier, which is the Transportation Commission will be the actual group that makes the decision, as I understand it, on which of the contracting methods we'll have. So that's going to be a pretty high stakes game. So I'll be going to that to testify again, in order to try to convince them of the great virtues of the CMGC process and make sure they agree. There was we almost lost the microtransit project with those folks. There were a few of them that had didn't understand the program, so we want to make sure they understand this program too.
Okay. That's all for me.
Okay. And Randy probably will chime in on this. I thought about bringing it out under a manager's update, but it seems actually more appropriate now. We had received a proposed draft letter, which I sent out to the board, that would be directed to CDOT relating to Floyd Hill. Hopefully you had a chance to at least review it. I was really just looking for a head nod as to whether or not you were comfortable with us moving forward with that draft. I do have Cindy Neely as an attendee on the list. I don't know if Rebecca Allman is here, but if you want, I'm happy to bring Cindy over to talk to you, but I know Randy can speak to it as well.
Basically, the primary, there are about 3 different elements, but the primary, one of our primary reasons is that we want to make sure that the south side frontage road, meaning south side of the creek frontage road, is not an option to which we vociferously disagree. To be honest, it has also been seen as not the preferred alternative. CDOT has indicated that they don't want to do it, but that's just their preference. It's not like an actual final decision. And so we want to make sure that they understand that we disagree with their finding of no significant impact, either environmentally or culturally, to the community, because it would basically create a wildlife barrier by creating more tall retaining walls to the south side of the frontage road, as well as along the creek. And what that does is creates like a double. It not only prevents migration across the highway, which the highway already does to a great degree, but it also prevents the wildlife on the south side of the highway from actually being able to access the stream. In addition to that, it would make the ultimate greenway there just a kind of a narrow little concrete thing squeezed between retaining walls in that concrete corridor, and greatly change its effectiveness. So there are both environmental and other reasons, and all the way along through the conversation, we've been clear, and CDOT's been very supportive virtually all the time that shouldn't be where the frontage road goes. But since it's not an official decision yet, we want to, and since the EA is coming out with a finding that of no significant impact, this letter basically registers our disagreement with that finding in the strongest terms possible. And then we're expecting that will continue to influence the right decision to be made anyway. And maybe Cindy can get a little further into the weeds, or Amy, if either prefer to fill in more details.
I'm sure that Cindy wanted to add some things to that.
I'm not sure that Cindy wanted to add some things to that. If you have any questions, to put the frontage road on the south has the environmental impacts. It certainly has impacts to the planned recreation in that area, and it has cultural. It wipes out cultural artifacts of the area, and CDOT, as Randy has said, does not basically disagree with that position, but they're still leaving it as an option that has been examined. Therefore, someone could later on in the process turn to it. And Rebecca Allman, our environmental attorney, said, we ought to make it very plain that we are opposed to that particular piece of the plan.
And there are 3 bases upon which we can object, and those include the recreational aspects, they include the historical aspects of the old railroad grade, which would lose its expression virtually entirely. It would be erased at that point. You wouldn't be able to tell where it came from at all and where it had been. And then of course there's the wildlife and natural aspects. So there were actually 3 different official versions upon them. So anyway, we address all of that in the letter, and we're just asking for a signature on the letter.
So if that's good with the board, I'll move ahead to ask them to finalize the letter. it looks like that's everybody's in agreement, but Sean, we haven't heard from you. So
Yeah, this is sufficiently technical, and I feel very uninformed. And it's not that I don't trust the good people who weighed in on this, but I would love the opportunity to have a little more knowledge about this. I mean, early on in my political career, I signed something I didn't understand, and it came back to bite me. And I kind of told myself I was never going to let that happen again. So I would love to have the opportunity to see some diagrams and to see something, so just so I fully understand what we're doing here. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. Like I said, I just don't feel comfortable at this point.
Sean, actually, this is our second letter. We indicated when they first explained the EA to us that and well, they've known all along. We've indicated time after time to them that this was a concern. We sent a previous letter, or the board sent a previous letter saying that we continue to have this concern. They wrote a letter back to us explaining or describing what the method by which they had arrived at the conclusion that they had arrived at for no adverse impact. The interesting part of this is that they have sort of pursued our response to that. In other words, we could have just sort of let it go there because we have made this statement in the past, but CDOT, by the they, CDOT has said, will you clarify for us the particular points? And so that's what this letter does. My sense is one of the reasons they do that is that it strengthens their case if someone comes along and wants to change the preferred, and if a contractor says, well, we could do it, we could do this project differently if we could use that side of the creek. CDOT, we're giving sort of CDOT the armament to say, we really can't do that. We have this has been made clear. And they've asked us several times and Amy can attest to that, where is the response to our letter? Where is the response to our letter? Because they essentially do want us to lay it out pretty strongly because it helps CDOT in their own discussions with future contractors.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate that background. I don't think I'm not going to get to where I need to be this morning. But I would love to have the ability to, like I said, just be fully informed. And I don't think that's unreasonable, nor do I think it's going to be that hard to do.
No, it shouldn't, because it's already been presented to us on numerous occasions already. So it should be easy to pull it out and show it to you.
Well, thanks for that, Randy.
Well, you're welcome.
So what I'll do
So
is,
just real quick, everybody, I'm just going to jump in here. I haven't said anything on this topic yet. I support this letter. I've had many presentations about the frontage road being on the south side of the river. I oppose it. We oppose it. We've already communicated that we oppose it. This is clarifying that. Not a big policy decision, not a big policy change. If it is acceptable to the timeline, happy to have, Sean, maybe you can do a one-on-one on the side. I don't think the board needs another presentation on this. We can talk about it next week.
That's what I mean. We've got the information, Amy and we've got all the information that we need to show it. So it shouldn't, so it's not going to be a critical thing to pull out and be able to show you quickly. So I'm sure that it can be arranged between the next time we meet, whenever that is.
Okay, thanks.
and I'll ask Rebecca and Cindy to coordinate something with you, Sean, along with Amy, so that we can get that. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I have a lot of time on tomorrow and Thursday, if that works. Thanks.
Do you, just very quickly, do you still have the film, Amy?
Cindy, I'm going to suggest that that be discussed offline so we can move on.
Okay.
We're a little late on the agenda right now.
Okay,
Thanks.
fine. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Peter. Next is county manager updates. Keith, what do you have for us? Last one here.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate the time here this morning. I've got a number of items I just wanted to run through. I don't think it's going to take too long. Some of these actually are holdovers from last week, since we didn't really have a chance to talk county manager update last week. So let me just go ahead and get started. The first one is the Mount Evans July 4th Freedom Run. We have received a letter of requests to monetarily support that Mount Evans run to the tune of $900. We have supported this race in the past. The race did not occur last year, but if we go back 2 or 3 years, we did contribute dollars to that event. And we do have the money in the budget. I think you all are aware that we have I think it's called community fund budget, somewhere in the neighborhood of $30,000 to $40,000. And that's where this money would come from. I did also share with you, I think I sent you last week, a list of, shall I say, unofficial criteria, because we had been getting a lot of different requests for funding, and we thought it might be good to come up with some kind of semblance of review criteria or decision criteria. And I did share that with you. I can quickly go through that if you'd like, or not, depends on what your pleasure is. But
I had a quick question, Keith, that's related. It was my understanding that we had a agreement with Community First that is in our court to evaluate and potentially execute. And I think the long-term vision in my mind was to get out of the business of picking winners and losers and essentially do like what Grand County and many of our neighbors do and make what looks like a block grant to the Community Foundation Fund and let them figure out who gets to spend the money.
Yeah, we do have, I don't know if it's a draft or I don't think it's been finalized yet, but there has been discussion, and I believe there is a draft agreement with Community First Foundation. And that's a good suggestion, Sean. We could provide Community First a pot of money and let them, I guess, make the decisions.
Well, they wouldn't. It would be a group of our own citizens who understand the needs in Clear Creek County. The Community First is essentially just the bank.
Gotcha.
And we haven't established that board yet. So
No.
I guess we have some timely things coming up that we may want to continue as usual until at such time. But I guess what Sean's point is it next step,
Yeah, I don't think that, I think it's premature to not make any decisions about, and I don't know if that's what you're suggesting, Sean, but
No,
I
I think we should do the $900. I'm just saying, I don't think it's a beneficial use to get down to what our policies are going to be for something we're probably not going to do anymore.
Gotcha.
And I don't know, there's some stuff, sorry, Randy, go ahead. There are
right.
some things that really are payment for services. Actually, everything on this list, most everything on this list. And some of those things, it's not a foregone conclusion in my mind that some of the folks that we've tended to fund for services that they provide that are of value would suddenly have to go ask somebody else. But we can have that conversation later. As far as this contribution, I'm fine with it.
Me too.
Yeah, and I am too. And I think I took Sean. I think I took Sean as the way you thought for a second he wasn't saying it or something, which was he wasn't saying don't make contributions at this point in time. He was just saying, hey, there's this other thing we're supposed to get done too. But I also tend to agree that there may be a couple of tiers or something that we look at. We may have it may not be that we hand everything off to that board for some reason, especially if it's a payment for service but like you said, we'll figure it out. When we do talk about it.
Comment on that is, we're kind of like it still looks like charity to a lot of people. And if it's truly payment for services, it ought to look like all the rest of the payment for services that we do and not some weird special thing that we've got. But I think we should talk about it later. I think we've figured out what we need to for now.
Right. Maybe we get an invoice instead of a request, something like that.
Okay. Thanks, guys, on that one. And we'll follow up on the whole concept of Community First, and I'll find out what the status of that agreement is. The second item, again, this is probably old news, but just FYI, the county did submit 3 applications, community project applications to Congressman Nagusa's office. Those 3 applications were for electric transit buses. The second one was to assist with the sports shooting range. And the third one was to obtain or request some funding for the new collaborative care clinic in Idaho Springs. So those applications have been submitted. That was done, oh gosh, probably a week and a half ago now, and we are awaiting a response. I truly don't know what the response timeline is. George, I don't know if you have any understanding or idea when that might be.
I don't know about the time, the dates, but I think we'll hear kind of 2 pieces. One is which of these applications Congressman Nagusa's office has chosen to bring forward to the various appropriations committees. And there may be some cause for us to engage there. And then we'll find out what the appropriations committees decide. So
I don't think it's not going to happen overnight, that's for sure.
no, this is budgeting for their fiscal year that starts in federal fiscal year starts in October. So we got some time.
Okay, Randy, were you? Okay, thanks. Again, that's more of an FYI. The other thing I wanted to share with you, and I think most of you are aware of this, but as far as the healthcare clinic, the collaborative care clinic, the grand opening, we did hear from Centura a week or so ago. They are actually planning to have a grand opening on August 30th. And that's when they will actually start seeing patients on August 30th. And they're looking to go live on that date. But they're also wanting to coordinate with the county on a grand opening for the facility. So we'll be working with them to come up with a protocol and an agenda and kind of a way to approach that grand opening. But that'll occur later in August. We just heard, and Randy was on the call yesterday. I don't know if I have my notes in front of me here. Oh, here it is. Alliance, the contractor, actually anticipates getting a TCO for the second floor. Those would be essentially the county offices around the first part of July. So they're making great progress. You all did a tour last week, and I think the building is looking great. So TCO on the first floor sometime first part of July. And of course, after a TCO, then you still have a punch list and some other things that have to occur. And then you have to move in and get situated and test out the equipment, that type of thing. And then they're also anticipating a TCO for the Centura floor, the first floor, later in July. So things are moving along relatively quickly, and hence the grand opening in August. So stay tuned, and it's a very exciting project, and something I think that we all can be proud of. You all as Board of County Commissioners, boy, what a legacy. And hopefully the community can also be proud of what's being accomplished with healthcare in Clear Creek County. A much needed venue.
Yeah, and the discussion we had with the, and I think the commissioners were there for it for the most part. We were dialing in and out a little bit, and we had some more discussion about it yesterday. The deal with that southwest egress, and it would be egress for a gurney for emergency exit at times. Every once in a while, I was surprised to find out that they said as often as, I'd have sworn he said as often as twice a week, but I think it's more like twice a month or something. But maybe I misunderstood that they actually have folks, walk-ins to the clinic that are found to be emergent or semi-emergent, emergent enough that they need a ride, they need to go somewhere now. However, that back wall has a grade change because the design continued without that consideration. There's about a 2 4" retaining wall that'll be directly in front as you come out. So as you come out, the grade's actually a little higher on the drive. Then there's a sidewalk that runs along the building behind a trash compactor that eventually gets over to grade, but that's almost over where the not the southwest, but the southeast corner of the building is, which is one of the two public accesses. So I think the plan now was, we looked at all of those and they said the doors without changing in each location as 3.0 doors would suffice, as Sean had brought up. Probably for most exits, they would go ahead and choose the front lot, the south end of the front lobby and out that door to the south on the southeast side. If there were some reason, privacy or some nature of the call or something that they preferred to not go through the lobby, the staff, the EMS staff said they would be able to negotiate that 2'4" retaining wall and simply lift the gurney up, have their truck there and just have enough space to get the gurney up and onto that space and then into the truck. So there would be so much change involved in grading and everything right now. And I will say, I wish they had, I know we talked about that a lot of times and I wish they picked up on it as they were figuring that out previously with a ramp or something, but what's done is done now and there's a workable solution.
Thanks, Randy. Yeah, we did had a good conversation yesterday at the construction meeting. And just to let the board members know, and thanks to Randy, he does sit in and contributes to these construction meetings that we have with, oh gosh, the contractor and the architect and Pasulas. There's a whole bunch of people with a lot of brain power there, a hell of a lot more than I have. But thanks, Randy, for engaging in that construction meeting. It's very helpful.
He's overblown. They're very, very, very tiny, small pieces.
And I just want to, the only thing that's in my head is I just want to define that acronym you're using, Keith. TCO is temporary certificate of occupancy.
Yes, I'm sorry. That is correct. Yeah. And then also just FYI, as you were alluding to earlier, this is my last official week as county manager. And one of the things that we all need to think about anyway is providing a recommendation to the Clear Creek Economic Development Board as to who my replacement could be. I think you're aware that the board has a selection, again, the Economic Development Board has a selection committee, so they will certainly entertain applications to that group. So I would suggest that we all think about who might be a good candidate for consideration as a board member on the Economic Council. We just had a board meeting, I think it was last week. I reminded them that I would be leaving and they don't really have a time frame at this point. But I think the sooner we can get our recommendation or the application in, if you all want to do that, to the selection committee on the board, I think that would be beneficial. There was some discussion, just FYI, there was some discussion on the board as to, well, what are we really looking for as far as background and engagement? And there was discussion about, well, we need more business representatives. I think that was the main thing they were talking about. And I had given them a couple suggestions as well that I don't necessarily want to repeat here, but I'll share that with the board later as to what my recommendation was. So be thinking about that. And then George had received an email, and I don't know if the other board members did or not, but I know George did, from Emerge, the homeowner group over on the east side. Emerge, once again, is going to do a newsletter. They're not necessarily going to be doing a meeting, but they are wanting to do a newsletter similar to what they had done last year because of COVID. And they're just asking for our input, information, news that we can share or have them insert into the newsletter. And they're looking for some information from the county by the end of May. I think the newsletter goes out in June. And some of the suggestions that were either brought forth by Peter Monson. And I think I came up with a couple others. Number one would be to introduce the new county manager. We can certainly do that and maybe have that county manager provide a bio or something and introduce themselves to the Emerge group. Another would be a quick overview of the county's 5-year strategic plan. Another would be status of the clinic, the new clinic, maybe some transportation updates as to what's going on with I-70 and other transportation components, possibly what we're doing with recreation planning. We can do a quick COVID update, kind of do a status report on that. And then they're always interested in budget and budget challenges and budget opportunities, which would include the road and bridge budget as well. We're still talking about that. I think we're making some good progress on that. And then last, but certainly not least, the sheriff always likes to provide some information as to what's going on, statistics and that type of thing. So anyway, it's more of an FYI for you all. I can make sure that we collaborate and communicate within our organization to get the appropriate information over to Emerge. The other thing, just to quickly finish up here, and I don't see Alyssa on here, but a couple things. One is we did receive an email, you all, myself, this was a week or so ago, from Xcel Energy. They are looking for a letter of support for the Xcel Energy Clean Energy Plan. They are filing that plan with the PUC, and they're looking for a letter of support. They did give us a draft letter. The plan, and I'm quoting here, affordably pursues initiatives that are aimed at lowering emissions and keeps the system reliable. And again, I shared with you some information that Xcel had sent out, but would be just looking, I guess, for direction from the board. If that's something you'd like staff to pursue, we can prepare a letter for board signature, whatever your pleasure.
Well, I guess I'll start with this clean energy plan. It's welcome to see that Xcel is continuing to talk about clean energy. It's a big plan. It's a complicated plan. I have not had the time to wrap my head around it. And I think that I would like to have the opportunity to do that before we start to talk about drafting a letter. Because I want to make sure that this is, sufficiently responsive to the climate crisis that's in front of us.
I also haven't had a chance to read it, and there's, just in the discussion that, in the description that you read to us, there's, code words in there that it just caused me to believe that I want to read the details, and I haven't had a chance yet.
Yeah, I did send an email, I think actually just yesterday, I believe. So take a look at that. Included in that email was information that Xcel had sent us that I think gets into a little more detail on what the content and the purpose of that plan would be. So take a look at it. I don't think they gave us an immediate deadline, so I'm assuming we have a little bit really, to Sean's point earlier, to make sure you understand and feel comfortable signing something in support or whatever it might be. But take a look at the information. We can talk about it next week or at our earliest convenience.
Yeah, and I know that, obviously Xcel covers a very big region, and it might take me more than a week to wrap my head around whether this is a plan that I want to be enthusiastic about, or whether we need to ask for more, or what.
Okay. Yeah, I was just quickly looking to see if there was some kind of a date. Oh, it looks like they're presenting to the PUC on May 17th. So we got Hell, we got all kinds of time. Okay, and then the other thing I would just quickly wanted to share with you, and again, this is an email that I believe Alyssa had sent out last week, maybe it was earlier this week, I think it was last week, regarding the state's recovery roadmap. And once again, looking for a letter of support. I believe Alyssa had, in her email to us, had included a draft letter. Yeah, I'm looking at it here. It's to Clay Brown, actually. But there is a draft letter of support for this regional community partnership. It's part of, as I said, the state's recovery roadmap. And take the deadline for that is May 13th. So again, we've got a little bit of time, but take a look at that information. Once again, make sure you feel comfortable with what's in the letter. I believe we've talked about the concept of this recovery roadmap in the past, but now they're looking for a letter of support. They, being DOLA, is looking for a letter of support from the partnership. And let me just indicate, the regional community partnership team would be Clear Creek County, Grand County, Gilpin County, town of Estes Park, town of Lyons, and the town of Nederland. So somewhat of a unique group, but again, take a look at the information, make sure you feel comfortable, or see if you feel comfortable with that letter of support.
I can provide a little bit of background on that.
Yeah.
Originally, we were thinking Grand, Gilpin, and Clear Creek. The state is trying to figure out how to take a, what am I trying to say here? They're only going to award so many of these, and so they're trying to expand the regions and getting creative. And that's why that region changed. I also want to point out, I believe this letter will be like a common letter, like, that all the partners sign and submit. So I don't know that there's, what am I trying to say? Wordsmithing could get complicated. My suggestion is that we approve a letter and let that letter be written by staff. Or, because this is a draft, we'd let that letter be completed and finalized by.
Yeah, take a look at it. Give us any feedback you have, and I'll share whatever comments you all have with Alyssa. Suzanne just emailed me and she said she'd like to be part of that conversation as well. So we'll make sure Suzanne is involved in the discussion. And then we have 1 minute left, and hopefully this will only take 1 minute. Beth had sent out a request. We do have a vacancy, or not us, but Free TAC, I think it's what it was. Yeah, the Free TAC Board of Directors has a vacancy. My understanding is that we do have an application for that vacancy from our own EMS department. Alec Gior would like to apply, and Beth had sent you the application and I believe Alec's resume. Beth, do you have anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I think he is going to send us his resume tomorrow, and I'll forward that on to y'all.
Oh, okay.
But that was just the application portion that he submitted so far.
Yeah, my quick comment is this seat's been vacant for over 4 years. So I'm excited that they put someone forward, and I think we should put it on our calendar like we do every other one and see how it goes.
So
Okay,
put that on for next week. Is that what you're saying, Sean?
Yeah, or whenever it fits, sure.
Okay.
Kind of an open question in my mind as to whether we would interview. I think we had invited Brian to tap someone on his staff. I suspect that this person comes with a recommendation from Brian.
I would assume so.
He did bring that up last week.
We
Brian
could,
did?
Yes.
Okay.
so I guess the point is, and no disrespect to Sean's thought about us interviewing, and we could, But with Brian's recommendation, with this sitting vacant so long, could this also be a staff direction to Brian that, to go ahead and approve that? Or, I mean, I'm okay either way, Sean, whatever you want to do.
I'm not opposed to that. I don't know. It seems like we have a process that we apply pretty universally, and we could just do the same thing we always do. But I mean, I fully expect to support this when it comes in front of us.
It is on our appointment list annually that we approve. So if you do decide to appoint him, we'll have to revise that resolution and bring it back to you for approval.
So maybe we do that next week.
Yeah, I mean, I also would just love to get a chance to spend a little bit of time with the applicant too, and like we do everyone.
Sure. That's it for me, George.
All right. Thank you, Keith. Next on the agenda is a work session to discuss revision to the fee schedule and the roadway design and construction manual. Stoy, I see you're here. Take it away.
Good morning. Thank you, George. Today we just wanted to present you with a proposed revision to the Road and Bridge Department fee schedule. The fee schedule for Road and Bridge is fairly simple. It just establishes fees for mainly the right-of-way permitting for utility cuts and things of that nature, other work that's being done in the public right-of-way there. And just allows for some fees to be charged through that permitting process to help offset some of the Road and Bridge Department review and administrative fees and inspection fees expenses associated with administering these right-of-way permits. The fee schedule is adopted as part of the roadway design and construction manual, and we really have been looking at a comprehensive review and an update to the entire roadway design and construction manual. Just wanted to do that in stages so we aren't presenting you with an overwhelming amount of information and trying to revise the entire document at one time or anything. And we wanted to start with the fee schedule. Some concerns that we had with that is it was a little difficult to interpret both for staff and for our applicants there as far as what these fees really apply to. We do have fees in there that for road construction and things of that nature, which we haven't utilized from the Road and Bridge Department. According to the roadway design and construction manual, a road construction project is to be administered by the site development department, and we've got fees in place on the site development fee schedule to cover the expenses associated with permitting for a road construction project. So we're just kind of pulling that information and separate fees out of the roadway design construction manual. Beyond that, it established the fees, different permitting fees for both financial guarantees and the actual permit fees associated with some of these projects based on the amount of cubic yards of material used or proposed to be used in a project. We found that's pretty difficult to measure in a lot of cases. In some cases, it requires pretty minimal material to construct a road, and we don't really know how to interpret that as to if that fees to be based on imported material, just road-based material or asphalt type of material that would be used in the project, or if it's just a combination of import and export type of material. So just a little unclear on that, and we're having difficulty interpreting that. Hasn't really come up a whole lot because the county or developers have not been building a whole lot of roads in Clear Creek County in recent years. So really haven't had a whole lot of requests for permits of that type. So haven't had to address it yet, but before we do so, and we fully anticipate that in the future we will have some road construction projects coming in, and just want to get in front of that and be clear on what we're charging for the permit fees and what the process is for those sorts of things. And so in general, there was three primary things that we really looked at in this revision to the fee schedule. There were several things on there, several permits that weren't otherwise identified. There was in the existing fee schedule, there's a snow parking permit fee and a grading permit fee, as well as the utility installation and repair individual permits, the snow parking, grading, and utility installation repair permits into one right-of-way permit, and just have one fee for that permit. Secondly, again, kind of consolidating those review fees for based on cubic yards of material and administrative fees just into that one permit fee, and changing that to be based on square footage of a disturbance area versus cubic yards of a volume of material. I think is just a little bit clearer, a little easier for all of us to understand and measure on that. And then the third would be just the performance guarantee amounts, and changing that. Similarly, that was based on cubic yards or volume before, and just changing that to be based on square footage or area as we calculate the fees associated with that. And in general, a big intent for this proposal is to simplify the process, simplify the fees. And we're finding, that the vast majority, 95% or so of all the permits were these smaller permits that are typically a utility cut where someone wants to tie into a public utility or something that's located in the roadway or something like that. And the vast majority of the permit applications fall into that category. And so we wanted to, rather than have a calculation or equation to calculate what those fees would be, just wanted to kind of set a base fee amount for both the performance guarantee as well as the permit fee, so we can just advertise that information. Here's the amounts that are due, rather than getting an application, having to calculate a permit fee for them, return that information to them and get payment for that, and then understanding similarly with the financial guarantee, running through a calculation with that. Just really want to be a little more upfront with them about what that fee is going to be to speed up the process a little bit for them, so we're not bouncing communications back and forth trying to make a determination of fee, which we found have really varied $100 here and there. And for the performance guarantees, that's typically returned in full. And so on a $1,000 amount, $50 here or there doesn't really make a whole lot of difference in the amount there that would be returned in full. And the permit fee itself is not changing. It was set at $340 for the base permit fee before. We're not asking to change that. We feel that's suitable and adequate for our needs to cover our costs, and I think we'll cover the vast majority of permits. For larger projects that would be beyond those base amounts, then we have just looked at that square footage calculation rather than a volume-based calculation to include an additional fee. And those are going to be projects that is a major infrastructure project, such as hundreds or thousands of linear feet of underground utilities, or an actual road construction project or something like that. We did go through as part of our process and just formulated how we would calculate those areas, and just as some checks, just went through the past several years of some of these larger projects that we have permitted, and just used this new method of calculation and compared it to the fees we charged based on the old calculations, and found that they were very similar. And so we're not really looking to change the amount of fees that we're getting, but just wanted to simplify the process a little bit.
Thank you, Stoy. You answered the questions that I had. Seems my only question was, it was hard for me to understand whether this would be an increase in costs or not. But you've satisfied me on that, and I see no reason not to move forward with a more simple fee schedule. Sean, Randy?
I agree. As always, complete presentation. Thanks, Joy.
Thank you.
Same.
Well, great. Well, thank you for your time. We had this work session scheduled for 15 minutes, I think, and then we have an action item scheduled right after this that would require the board action to adopt the resolution to adopt the new proposed fee schedule there.
Okay. That was me trying to get to Facebook. Anyway, just to check for comments over there. What's our pleasure? Should we move into that action session right now or give ourselves 4 minutes?
I'm okay moving forward. Either way.
Well, let's go ahead and do that. So this is now an action session. We're considering approval of resolution number 21-40 to revise this fee schedule in the roadway design and construction manual as described by Stoy. Thoughts?
I'm good with it. Ready for a motion.
I move that we approve resolution 21-40 resolution to revise fee schedule and roadway design and construction manual.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anyone, well, I can restart. I would love to get through this stuff on this agenda now. I think we have an executive session that we'd like to jump into. Does anybody have any concern with that?
No. I mean, do we have the players present who might need to comment on this, or is there any controversy at all involved with these? I guess is a better way to put it.
Not in my mind. The only hesitation I have, and Annette or Peter, you might have thoughts about this, is the 10 a.m. local liquor licensing authority does have a public comment section. So should somebody have a public comment, they might be expecting to make it at 10.
That would be my only concern as well. And I'm not seeing our applicant for Team Evergreen on the list. CCMRD's application is just administrative, so we don't have to do a hearing for that item. Team Evergreen is the only one that really needs the full hearing today.
So why don't we do the consent agenda and and number 2 under the liquor licensing authority, and then come back to liquor licensing number 1.
Annette, who's the applicant for Team Evergreen?
Team Evergreen itself is the applicant. Let me grab my paper.
It's probably Jen Barber. I could text her and tell her to hop
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, her name escaped me there momentarily.
Okay. So then we'll do, Randy, I like your suggestion. We'll do number 1 because there's a public hearing session at 10 o'clock. We'll move through the rest of this stuff in the meantime. So we're now sitting as the local liquor licensing authority to consider the approval of a special event permit for Clear Creek Metropolitan Recreation District. I had a chance to review it. I don't have any concerns. Sean, Randy? Okay, we can consider that approved.
Thank you.
Next is the Board of County Commissioners consent agenda. I'm going to go ahead and read it. Number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of modification of grant or agreement between Clear Creek County and the USDA for campground patrols. Number 3, consideration of approval of revised Clear Creek County Federal Transit Administration drug and alcohol policy.
Could we get just a quick readout from Rick from Sheriff Albers regarding the campground patrols and just a brief explanation?
Yeah, every year we go into this contract that we do extra patrols for the Forest Service in their campgrounds and areas that is under their jurisdiction. It just helps them out since they only have one law enforcement officer assigned to this area in Gilpin County and now part of Boulder, I believe. So it just helps them out. It gives my officers a little extra money for patrolling their areas. it does seem to help curb a lot of the stuff for crimes and stuff and calls. And it helps us out in the long run.
Okay.
So that's kind of what it's all about.
Okay. And then I had a question on number 3. Kate, can you explain what's motivating the change to our drug and alcohol policy?
Certainly. The consultant that we have with the FTA program, she highly suggested that we get more explicit on what the county would do when somebody did not pass their drug tests. So therefore, those pieces needed to be very detailed about how we would manage and handle those pieces.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
None for me. I move that we approve the consent agenda, all 3 items.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a break. We will be back at 10 a.m. sharp to talk about the special event permit for Team Evergreen.
I see Jen Barber.
Yes, and it is 10 o'clock, so we'll go ahead. Hi, Jen.
Hi.
So we are now sitting as the local liquor licensing authority. It's 10 o'clock to consider approval of the special event permit for Team Evergreen. The first step in this process is to ask for public comment. So if you are in the meeting and you would like to make a comment, please click participants, click raise hand, and we'll bring you over. While we're waiting for that, Jen, I think after that, any questions that we all have will be posed to you. Not anticipating, well, there are none from me.
I have a quick question for Peter, and I don't remember if we're going to vote on this as a board. I do happen to be the vice president of the board of Team Evergreen, and I don't imagine that presents a conflict of interest, but I just wanted to say that out loud and let you weigh on it if you wanted to.
So just the fact that you've disclosed it is fine. I don't see a conflict of interest there on this.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And I don't know if this is administrative or I think it's just administrative at this point, but any questions by either of the two of you? Okay. Seeing none, I believe that this is administrative. I believe that we just say, I don't have any concerns and the application is approved. Is that correct, Nanette? You're muted.
Unmute.
Sorry, I was demoted and then just re-promoted. This is a full hearing because it's the first year Team Evergreen has applied for this event. So we would need a motion by the board.
Okay.
Do we have any other discussion of any kind? You've asked for public comment.
Yeah, and I don't think I've actually stated this, but I'm closing public comment. There is none. Other discussion?
I just have one quick question for Jen. How much revenue do you imagine will be created that will be used to further trail building in the county from these events?
I'm hoping for 10,000. So but it's also it's a fundraising campaign as well. So it's not the revenue from the event. It is basically letting people know about some of the projects that are happening in Clear Creek County and asking them to help support those projects. I did talk with Martha and James as well, and we are basically the Floyd Hill system is getting priority regarding our for our proceeds for the event. So we're going to give to Floyd Hill first. We also have trail days before and after the event on those Wednesday nights to make sure that the trails are in good condition after and before. And so COMBA will be facilitating that with COMBA, which is the Colorado Mountain Bike Association, will be facilitating that with Clear Creek Open Space and the county as well.
Well, thanks for all the effort on it. Appreciate it.
We're happy to do it. Thank you for giving us places to ride.
Can you say a little bit more, Sean, you piqued my curiosity. Jen, can you say a little bit more about what the intended use of the proceeds from the event are?
Well, we originally had them set for the Virginia Canyon over in Idaho Springs, some of the, just assisting on some of the building or maybe buying a few features or something over there. But also Warren Gulch is another one that I guess they're rebooting that, and COMBA needed a little bit of extra money to help finish that project. So that was the original intent. But with the open space over at Floyd Hill, we are giving that back into, I mean, basically whatever needs to be done over there. If a trail segment needs to be completed, or if there's a piece of infrastructure that needs to be placed, like a bike rack or something of that sort, then, I mean, we basically let it, COMBA and open space are working together to distribute those funds as needed.
Okay, thanks. That's all from me. Thanks for satisfying my curiosity.
And you can all look at sessionseries.org under the support page, and that should give you an outline of everything that we're giving to. Do-gooding, we're left and right. That's all we do over here at Team Evergreen. So thanks a lot for letting us use this space. I think it's going to be really cool.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any further questions. Ready for a motion?
So I move that we approve the special event permit for Team Evergreen.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so next we have on the agenda a 10 o'clock was written onto the agenda to discuss. Sorry, I'm scrolling down to it. The design for the health clinic in Idaho Springs. That conversation is not ready yet. We don't have all the information that we need for it. So we're tabling that, and in lieu, we're going to jump into executive session and try to get some of that stuff out.
And will that be tabled to another day? Is that correct?
Yes. Jim, I reached out to Jim this morning because my recollection was that the information wouldn't be ready till late this week. And that we were shooting for 7 days from now, Tuesday. Jim actually said it might not be ready by then, so we may need to schedule a special session to get feedback to them late next week.
And that was just a public information question that I was asking, so the people here understood what.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sean,
Okay.
you see you're unmuted.
I guess I was just a little bit curious. I mean, the terms construction and design seem a little odd, seeing that the building is well on its way to being done and the design is pretty much completed. So I was just curious as to what was the desired outcome of this conversation.
I think we identified a couple of little items that we wanted to, more than a couple.
Oh, the conference room on the second floor was one of them. Now I remember.
Right.
Yep.
There were 2 or 3 different options for moving that direction and ongoing conversation.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. All right, so we can look forward to that one next week. In the meantime, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24-6402F, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of discussing personnel matters relating to the county manager, but not relating to commissioners or elected officials or to discussions of personnel policy generally. And also for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real property or other property interest. And that is pursuant to CRS 24-64024A.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thanks. I just sent the Zoom link, so I'll see you over there.
Okay. The board will now adjourn into executive session. No written kept, no decisions will be made. This meeting will stay open and live, and we will return to this meeting. Okay, and we are back. The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. Next on our agenda, it is 11 o'clock on a Tuesday, which means we're here to talk about COVID for our COVID update, followed by a Board of Health conversation about capacity limits. Tim, the floor is yours.
Thanks, George. Good morning, everyone. Let's start with the numbers. Nationally, we're now at 32+ million confirmed cases across the United States. The average daily number of new cases has slightly declined over the last week, now at around 55,000 per day as a 7-day average. Hospitalizations continue to be high and remain flat over the last week across the U.S. Fatalities, 572,000 plus Americans have died since the beginning of this pandemic. The current rate is about 706 per day as a 7-day average. Nationally, test positivity rates at 4%. Contributing factors continue to be the variant, UK variant B117, lowering of mandates, social gatherings, and now massive travel across the US as things warm up. Here in Colorado, the case rate, current number of daily cases continues to rise, now in excess of about 1,600 per day as a 7-day average. 2-week cumulative incident is at 377 per 100,000. Although I'd say that 7-day average has really stayed steady over the last week. I think that is due in part, similarly to what we see in our county, from a number of canceled testing last week due to the snow. But hospitalizations have increased across the state over the last week. Currently, 37% of ICU ventilators are in use. That's a 4% increase from last week. 4% of hospitals are anticipating an ICU bed shortage in the next week, and about 7% of facilities are anticipating a staff shortage. Currently, there are 663 number of individuals in the hospital for COVID. Test positivity rate across the states about 5.9 or 6%. Major contributing factors, the UK variant, social gatherings, travel, lack of mask wearing, etc. Vaccine update in the state. We now have a little over 2.5 million individuals in the state are vaccinated with at least 1 dose, and 1.7 million plus who are fully immunized across Colorado. In Clear Creek County, case count over the last 7 days. As I said last week, we didn't have testing, so I'm including suspect cases in this count because suspect cases are ones that we determined to be COVID, except they don't have PCR tests to confirm. So given that, we had 4 cases last week, 19 in the last 2 weeks, for a sum total of 432. Hospitalizations and fatalities have stayed steady with no increase over the last a week. Our 2-week cumulative incident is at 195 per 100,000. Our 2-week test positivity is at 4.6, although, as I said last week, we didn't have testing. Contributing factors to the spread, same as they've always been: social gatherings, lack of mask wearing, travel. Testing updates, we are having testing this week, today as I speak. We're also continuing to test in the jail and in the school system. Vaccine update, our numbers have increased a bit. So 1 dose, at least 1 dose across the county. We're now at almost 33%. I believe there's a 3 or 4% increase from last week. Fully immunized, we're now at around 25% of the eligible population is fully immunized in Clear Creek County. Any updates? Any questions on that? The other vaccine update, as you probably all are well aware, the FDA has reinstated the use of Johnson & Johnson vaccine, so CDPHE followed suit. It does come with a few warnings for individuals who are in the age group 18 to 49, females, for the very rare blood clot and low platelet count that was seen in a number of cases across the US. But we are going to commence using that beginning tomorrow at our clinic in Idaho, or in Dumont at the EMS station. That is a clinic from 9 to 12. We do ask people pre-register, although walk-ups are welcome. It just cuts down your wait time while you're there if you do pre-register. But it is 9 to 12 tomorrow. We do have Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. So we'll be administering both of those tomorrow.
On the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, are the symptoms of this very rare complication, are they evident? Like, is it easy to know if you've got this? And then I know that it's easily treatable once you know. What do women who choose to take it in that age range need to know?
Good question, George. So you have the normal side effects you would with any vaccine immediately after the next day, the next several days, mild headache, et cetera, et cetera. Those are not to be confused with the symptoms more related to the blood clots. Those typically show up a week to 2 weeks post-vaccine, unlike the other symptoms, which would be typically the next day or the day after. So there is a bit of a time lag. It is highlighted by severe headache, cramps, there's a number of different symptoms that you will be, if, for instance, you get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, we will alert everyone of those symptoms, what they might be, what to look out for. And to your point, if you identify them, contact your physician. And the biggest reason for the pause was to alert the clinical world, the doctors and nurses, et cetera, so that they properly treat the blood clot and the low platelet count. That's the lack of understanding was really what led to a couple of the fatalities that occurred due to that relationship between the vaccine and the blood clots. So those clinical indicators have been identified, and now we'll be told as part of what we're doing is telling people specifically if you receive the J&J, this is what you should look out for. If you have any of these, contact your family physician.
Okay, thanks. Do you know off the top of your head how many folks we have registered for vaccines?
For tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't. I haven't gotten that number today. As of yesterday, we have roughly 100 folks who are getting their second dose of Moderna. And then as far as first doses between J&J and Moderna, yesterday it was about 60 or so, but we have subsequently sent out, as you are aware, last Friday we sent out a postcard to every address in Clear Creek County. So hopefully they're going to get that today and or yesterday. In addition, we've reached out to the rafting companies, tried to get them signed up, and a number of others directly for tomorrow's clinic. So I don't have an up-to-date number of what it was this morning or what it could potentially be this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully that postcard has its desired effect. I got mine yesterday.
Okay.
I got mine, and I just wanted to say that I meant to send out a kudo to you that it was bright, it was clear, and it didn't say anything on it that didn't need to be said, so that the stuff that did need to be said was right there on top. And you know, vaccines are available on both sides of the card. So no matter which side you saw before you threw it away, you saw vaccines were available. And if you didn't throw it away, there was a phone number and a website, both right there.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like go here or go there, get vaccinated. And I was very pleased with it.
And if, thanks, Randy. And if individuals are interested in the Pfizer as an example, the Safeway Pharmacy in Idaho Springs is getting a weekly shipment of that. Sunday is typically the best day to log on to the Safeway in Idaho Springs and schedule yourself for a vaccine. Similar process to ours. You register, then you immediately schedule yourself for any open clinics. So my daughter's getting her second dose of Pfizer tomorrow there. So 100 plus spots available, I think, every week.
Well, and I have another question, which is regarding those postcards. We sent them out to all of the post offices. Did we do anything with those cards with rural route delivery, particularly on the east end of the county? Because I know that's so difficult with the 80439 and 80437 zip codes. And of course, one way around that is a targeted mailing, just send it to the individual addresses of those. What's the status of that particular, of those?
That's a great question, Randy. I would have to ask Chris Kraus. She is the one who sent those out. My understanding is they went to every address in Clear Creek County, every home.
Okay. All right. We can check.
Whether you have whether you have a post office box or an actual mailbox at your house, you should be receiving one.
I noticed that the ones that I received at the post office box said box holders. So they're a box holder mailing, which means they just throw one in every box. And then you can do that with the rural routes on the west end of the county because they are unique to Clear Creek County. When you get over in Sean's neck of the woods, you have to go by routes, and you can pick individual routes off online. But even almost all of those routes span over the county line. So there's a certain amount, you can kind of limit the damage, but and so sometimes I've found it to be actually just less expensive by the time you're done to just go ahead and target and send them to the individual people at their name and address is just as cheap, and then you hit all of them. And you don't waste any in Jeffco. But that was just a thought, and I have no idea, so we can cover it offline.
Yeah, so hot off the wire, I'm just getting a text from Chris. She said they went to 3 rural routes on the Evergreen side. It was a direct-to-door mailing.
Okay, that's kind of what I was. So that covered some Jeffco and some Clear Creek a little bit.
That's
okay.
Fine.
I think the ones they're gonna miss. I know that a lot of people in like the Witter Gulch area are having mail theft issues, and literally a few times I've been at the post office, I've run into people opening up PO boxes. I think those people are going to not get anything to their PO boxes just because the vast majority of 80437 are Jeffco, but they should get it to their mailbox unless they've dismantled it.
Well, not knocking at all what Chris did. I'm thinking an auxiliary that we could do if we so choose, especially once we get better information on especially the east end of the county in terms of vaccination rates, which are still pretty, as you said, Tim, when we talked earlier, it's pretty tenuous. Our data on vaccinations is pretty suspect. And so as we clean that up, we could always choose to do another special mailing or something like that if we needed to.
Yeah, I agree. And we're having a meeting this afternoon, my team and I discuss a clinic at King Murphy specifically in the next week or so, and in Silver Plume. So sort of on both ends of the county, trying to target those populations specifically. So we'll reach out in a number of different ways. And Sean, I'll reach out to you to see how you might get the word out about that clinic, as well as going through the schools and fire station, et cetera, et cetera. So a number of different ways to try to identify those folks. As far as the vaccine, to your point, Randy, I have reached out to CDPHE. I just got an email from them late last night, strangely enough, basically trying to understand the vaccination rate in the zip codes that straddle both Jefferson County and Clear Creek County in Evergreen area, and understand what is the rate in that population, and then do some basic math and create a projection of what we think the vaccination rate is among that group in Clear Creek County in that zip code. So sort of a back end way of getting to a number. It's not perfect, but it's certainly much, much better than the current numbers that we have. So
well, it makes sense to get us in the ballpark. You'd assume that the general vaccination rate throughout that region that spans the border would be similar.
Yeah, and it's the most problematic from a data perspective because it straddles both counties, and a number of folks are being attributed to Jefferson County, and they clearly live in Clear Creek County. So this is our way of trying to address that nuance.
Hopefully that means next week we have a number that is higher than what we see on our dashboard.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's going to go up. Yeah.
I know we all have a conversation at 11:30 that we're probably all thinking about right now. I want to encourage us to let that do we think we need to let that conversation begin at 11:30? Shall we start now? I'm mostly responding to what I perceive as a lack of questions for Tim.
I have one
Go ahead.
quick request for Tim. I know that having read the public health orders, we're going to be discussing new hospitalization rates is a key or one of the statistics. And we do call out new infections in the last 7 and 14 days. I would love to see us call out the new deaths, and hopefully it'll be 0, and hospitalizations rather than providing the number of 21 historical, which I think isn't really that meaningful from a policy perspective anymore. I mean, you can include it in there if you want to from a historical basis, but I think we're really focusing on what's happening right now over the last week and 2 weeks. So that would be my request.
Okay, yeah, that's not a problem.
I think we can talk about that. We can also take that logic the other direction. You know, if you look at the number of hospitalizations in the state right now, it's 660 some. And you look at the population of the state, which I think in 2021 is 5.94 million. I mean, generally, if you're floating around 6 million and 600 people, you're looking at about 1 hospitalization per 10,000 people. And what that means is that for us, a hospitalization level that would even be close to what the state is right now is 1 person if we have one. And I would never want to see us do a snapback because, for example, we had 1 hospitalization. At the same time, if we were over 300 with our rate and we were over 7.5% with our positivity rate, you know, the infection rate and the positivity rate, I would hate to see us say, oh, look, we have 0 or we'll only have 1 hospitalization. So therefore those things don't matter, because we've seen periods of time when our positivity rates and our infection rates were getting pretty high in Clear Creek County relative to what we would hope and statewide. And yet, because the nature of our hospitalizations and especially our deaths is so low to be anecdotal, to be a fraction of a person within a given period of time, that it's pretty hard to use those anecdotal numbers to make economic life and death decisions for our businesses. You know, so personally, I'll just let you know that I like seeing in looking at what's there. We talked about vaccinations last week, and I had expressed a desire to have vaccinations be part of that formula, but Tim talked about it very intelligently and said, you know, the problem is our vaccination rates are unstable and unreliable at this time. So how can we make decisions based on unreliable information? Completely agree with that. Also agree we shouldn't be making decisions based on the most anecdotal information that we can find.
Yeah, and my comment was really just about the reporting, not about what we do
Okay.
with the numbers, just basically having it there so I don't have to go back and look at last week's and do math.
Right, and I completely agree with you on that. I was kind of looking at the anecdotal hospitalization, historic hospitalization, and I thought that doesn't tell us much about this week or next week. I completely agree with that.
And you know what I could do, Shantan, to address your request is show within each weekly report a change plus or minus in most of the metrics, particularly ones that relate to the state and county level. So you don't have to go back and see and do the math. You can see it's a plus 548 case count from last week or whatever the case may be.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just to make sure I understand, I'm a little confused here. You're talking about the weekly report and not the text of the public health order, Sean, is that? Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's what I got too, and I wasn't sure what you was referring to. So that's what drove my speech.
Now the weekly report, I can make that changes. I can also put in a green and red arrow up and down if that's, you know.
Pictures are always good.
That particular statistic just can't go down, right? That's so.
True.
I guess none of them can. Once they've happened, it's happened. That's the concept of prevention. Other topics not related to the public health order.
I have none at this point.
Great.
We did send out another hyper reach. Everybody should have got it within the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I don't know if everybody did, just information on the vaccine stuff tomorrow.
Great. I'm interested in who's on the hyperreach list. Is that in a form that could be shared with me?
I don't know. I'd have to check. It's every landline in Clear Creek County. So that's as far as we got so far on it. I really haven't put a public information to sign up yet because it's been busy over here and I haven't had time to sit down, and Tom's on vacation. So once that happens, then I want to do a PR campaign on it to get that information so people can sign up. So we'll have more people once I get that done. But right now it's just all the landlines in Clear Creek County.
Well, that brings two questions to mind for me right off the bat. The first, of course, is that the obvious one that popped in everybody's head, which is how many people still have landlines, and then the other part of it is that among a lot of us who did give up landlines at some point because everything we were doing was on our cell phone anyway, was that along with, for example, Comcast, Xfinity services and things like that, we're getting these occasionally, well, it comes with this landline. So you set this phone there and it's tied to your internet system. And are those even being picked up by this HyperReach? Because I don't recall our phone ringing with any of these messages yet.
Last time we sent something out, the total contacts were 3,305. So 3,305 people. 117 of them were busy. 259 were errors, probably business extensions and stuff like that that don't go through. No answers was 1,022. That's a mixed, but could be answering machines or businesses with the extensions on. So that's kind of the breakdown of the last one we did. And I can send you a list of every person that it did contact. I don't know if that's
What was the number of people that were contacted, either left a message or they answered the phone?
It was 1,902 that were done. And then some of them might have been left on an answering machine so that we don't know if they got them or not. Probably if they check their answering machine. So right now we're at 1,902.
So in addition to that, they also, the message, postcard, flyer, et cetera, went to all the Friday folders for school kids. So, you know, we're trying to get to, you know, I don't think any one of those methods is going to reach everybody, but in concert, all of them together will reach the majority of folks in the county, obviously, and through other efforts that we're doing. So.
I see a helpful comment here. Bureau of Labor Statistics states that 40% of households nationwide have landlines. We might be a little higher than the average in Clear Creek, given our digital divide, but that's pure speculation.
Yeah, and I suppose if you look at there are around 5,000 domiciles in Clear Creek or something like that, 40%, that'd be about 2,000 or something like that.
I think, yeah, by virtue of the fact many homes, including mine, have no cell phone service, our numbers are going to be higher.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Randy, I heard you make a suggestion. We could take a 4-minute break and come back at 11:30. Looks like Sean agrees. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll be back at 11:30 to discuss. I'll just read it off the agenda here. Couple of resolutions to address capacity restrictions. That is not verbatim off the agenda. it's 11:29. We'll get started in just a moment here. Take a moment to thank our Facebook commenters for providing information and thoughts. I assume I'm not the only one that takes a look at them. It's very helpful. Okay, and we are back. It's 11:30. We are sitting as the Board of Health. We have two resolutions in front of us. Resolution 21-02, Resolution 21-03. One of those resolutions addresses following what the metro area has done with setting a target date to land and clear and snapback metrics to reinstitute restrictions, etc. The other one is an amendment to the face mask order because that includes references to capacity restrictions, removing those should the first one pass. And I just want to start off by saying that I was very pleased with the way we managed our disagreement on Thursday. And I look forward to continuing to have a cordial conversation today about maybe the highest stakes, biggest impact decision this board has had during the pandemic. So Tim, I think the appropriate thing to do is hand the floor to you and have you describe this, the metrics that you put in this public health order. Anything else you want to say as well?
I get off mute there. Thanks, George. Yeah, I agree. I think last week's conversation served the people well in terms of what we were able to move forward on in decision making. Always good when we can agree to disagree, but keep the people in mind. So to our discussion last week, after much thought about not only what we should be doing, but what everyone is doing around us, including across the state. In discussion with Peter and others, basically what we came up with was 3 different metrics. As most of you know and have been a part of the discussion around the challenge with a number of the metrics that we have at our disposal, primarily because of our relative size in comparison to others. And when you start looking at rates, to Randy's point earlier, a single case or a single hospitalization can suddenly skew things dramatically. So keeping that in mind, what we tried to do is include as many variables as we could to give us a general sense of what's going on in this county as well as in the state. So we added 2 different sections. The first is a snapback of what happens in Clear Creek County if our numbers start to go south or north, whichever way you want to look at that. So the 14-day incident rate of no more than 300 cases per 100,000, basically that's 15 cases a week. If you do the simple math of that. Percent positivity of no more than 7.5%. And then no more than one COVID hospitalization. Looking at those three metrics in conjunction with each other or all together, basically simultaneously, those three things occurring over a 14-day period would automatically trigger a snapback in our county. When I say snapback, I mean to level blue. So 25% or 75% occupancy in restaurants and the long list of things that follow there. In addition, I thought it was important because, as we know, for instance, last week we didn't have testing. Our numbers then were artificially low because we had 5 probable cases that weren't actually counted as cases because they didn't get tested. So I thought it was important to continue to include a metric based on what is happening more broadly in the state, as we are not an island. And the state rate, as you are all aware, has been going up over the last several weeks. And so including a case rate of 3,000 a day on the average as a 7-day average, I thought was important because it gives us a sense of what's going on more broadly in the state around us. Even though our numbers may not yet be there, it's an indication of what could be coming our way. And so wanted to include that. So it's A or B. So A being the 3 different metrics simultaneously, or B, the state rate gets to the level of 3,000 per 100,000. And right now it's under 2,000. At this point, it's roughly 1,700 as an average. And so we'll see what happens in the coming weeks. Basically 3 weeks from now is when this would take effect. So I think we'll have a much better sense of where we're headed in the next 3 weeks before we implement or before this goes into effect. So that was the rationale behind it. I did not include, to Randy's point, as much as I wanted to, our vaccination rate. I think that would be an incredibly valuable variable to add in there. But given the challenges with the vaccination rate and having a solid number to sort of pin our hat on or hang our hat on, as the saying goes, I hesitated to include it because it isn't an actual known. So if if John Q. Public called me and said, hey, what's our current vaccination rate? And we haven't hit that yet, why are we opening things up? That number is quite variable and not as accurate as I would want. So although we're taking steps to make that happen, to have a better understanding what our current vaccination rate is, I didn't include it for those reasons.
Well, first, I just want to jump out and say that I'm completely in agreement on the vaccination rate. I spoke very strongly at the last 2 meetings when we discussed this about tying this to a vaccination rate, because that is obviously our #1 shield. We've all looked towards that, semi-mythical, herd immunity thing, however we reach it, as being our magic shield when we get there. And I think it's important. That said, I don't see how we can tie a regulation to a statistic that none of us have a reasonable level of confidence in right now, for good reasons. So I would say that at the point at which we reach that might give us another measure that we might factor in later on. Let's say, for example, that we do hit a snapback, either for any number of reasons. A number, Tim has, within this health order, Tim still has the ability, our public health director, to bring us back if there are egregious state conditions taking place and it's a statewide thing. And that can either be a state dictate or it can be a local public health director dictate, as I understand the order. And then, of course, we have our 3 snapback functions, one of which I'd like to bring up. And I think the point at which, at some point, I would almost see it as if we are able to establish with veracity that we have a very high level of vaccination rate, and it seems to be holding up well, and our local numbers are looking good, then, that would give us the ability to actually make a more non-restrictive decision in the face of other kinds of things going on. Let's just say that there was something big happening at the state, but we had managed to achieve our 80% or 75%, and our own local numbers were low, then it would give Tim the ability to work with our business people and make the best decision at that time, which might be less onerous. So, and the final thing I'll say is that I think hospitalizations and deaths, not that they are not important, but they are two things. They are, you know, you get exposed, then you get sick, then you get sicker, and then maybe you go to the hospital, and then maybe you die. And if we're trying to make planning and prevention decisions based on the last thing in line, it seems like it's a retroactive way to go. And also because one hospice, you know, at our climbing hospitalization rate, which is nowhere near what it was last winter, at approximately 1 per 10,000 people in Colorado, or just a minor fraction over that, you know, that's about 1 person per 9,500 people, and that's about our population. So, I mean, random deviation of a number like that seems so great that it's hard to tie to. And it seems like the numbers that are large enough that we can hang our hat on more, which is our local infection rates and our local positivity rate, infection rates first and positivity rates second. To have Tim's hands tied and say that, for example, we suddenly were up over 300-400, you know, per 100,000 in a 2-week period, and we would carry that now for 3 weeks, and we had a positivity rate that was in excess of 7.5%, yet we hadn't had that hospitalization, or we'd had only one hospitalization within 3 weeks, and so we didn't quite cover that. The randomness of that anecdotal number is one that I really hesitate to see tie Tim's hands. So if there was any change to this I would make right now, the only change would be that I would remove hospitalizations from the form that they're in. I don't think it helps us. I think it's an after the fact thing, and I think it's too anecdotal to be meaningful. The others I completely agree with, and the rest of the parts to this I can live with.
That raises a question. Have we ever had 2 hospitalizations at the same time so far in the pandemic, Tim? I think the answer is no.
Right.
I would have to go back and check. It's probable. I don't want to speak without checking on that, but it is actually probable. Just thinking back.
Well, I think it may, if it happened, I believe it happened back before our vulnerable population was largely protected to the degree that they are now. Yeah. The only thing that I would add, and I don't know that I picked this up on looking at the exact language. I don't favor the idea of something mechanical that happens that causes a policy shift in the future without the ability to meet and discuss it. I don't see any advantage to creating something that inflexible. So I would prefer to set the snapback as more of a call for an emergency meeting or a call for an immediate discussion. And an example of that is I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of statewide measures, but things could happen in a lot of different ways, right? If there was some sort of a massive outbreak in El Paso County and Larimer, and none of our neighbors were affected by it, yet it pushed us over that threshold, it would make sense for us to discuss what was going on and the conditions on the ground rather than just magically moving to a different set of restrictions. So I think other than that, I think a lot of thought was put into that, and I appreciate the work Tim, you and your team and Peter have done, in a fairly short period of time.
I think you both made really good points, and maybe my desire is to combine them. Removing hospitalizations from the list would make it more likely that we would have a snapback. And on its own, I'm not sure. I am persuaded by sort of the severity nature, and also acknowledge that it's, by the time you have hospitalizations, you're behind the curve by a month. But if we remove hospitalizations, and then instead of saying once we hit 300 cases per 100,000 and the other metric, percent positivity more than 7.5%, would be a call for an emergency meeting to immediately discuss. I think that makes a lot of sense. Tim, what are your thoughts on that? Are we getting this wrong?
No, actually, I think you guys are thinking about this in the right way. I agree with Randy. Removing hospitalizations, it does. I mean, if you just look independently at the 350 and or 307.5%, those in combination are really almost where we've been at our worst. So if we do approach that independent of hospitalizations or fatalities, to Sean's point, yes, we need to have a conversation. And if I'm happy to share the responsibility of that conversation and making that decision with the three of you. More than happy to do that. So both of those suggestions I don't have an issue with at all.
I think there's plenty of blame to go around here, so we've got it. There's no limit to how much we can share. We could bring all kinds of people in, and because when things happen that make people unhappy, it's a great party to have a lot of friends to. I think going back to the hospitalizations, I think the one thing I'll say, I agree that I wouldn't want. So we barely cracked 300. And then we've seen some times when our positivity is kind of flashed up and down. So I wouldn't want to see, we happen to hit 300, we happen to hit 7.5%. And because we took hospitalizations out, suddenly we're back down to 50% capacity at the restaurants overnight or something like that. So I agree with holding the meeting. I do think, though, that the hospitalizations as well as deaths are virtually, from a management standpoint, are virtually worthless because they are so, I can think of, I'll bet you, this is just a wild guess, but I'll bet you if we looked over the last year when we had infection rates and positivity rates and things going on around us that clearly meant that we were doing the right thing to be shut down, we would not have had the hospitalization rate to allow us to shut down had this rule been in place. Most of the time would be my guess. Yeah. And so that's the reason and it's not that it isn't a tremendously important factor. I mean, the whole object of this thing, well, the object of this thing primarily is keep people alive from dying from this. But one of the best ways we can do that is not overwhelm hospital systems. And that's how we've tried to manage the inevitable, which we knew people were going to get sick from a global pandemic. And that said, for us in a tiny little county without a hospital, to try to manage it based on one person happens to be exactly the number. I mean, if we were going by today's hospitalization numbers, one person would equal that number. And we go for weeks and weeks without hospitalizations when we've had high infection rates. And so I think focusing on the things that we can measure at a level would be, if we could, there have been several things I've asked for in the last couple of weeks, but the one thing I think right now, looking at the wisdom of everything that everybody's brought forth, the removal of something that anecdotal as a necessity for Tim to be able to take an action based on local stuff. If he's unable, if his hands are tied, if we went up in infection rates and we went up in positivity and his hands were tied because we didn't have a hospitalization, I'd feel like the system wasn't working. And that, of course, is where the meeting we could have would take place. But I would suggest we remove hospitalizations as a trigger to bring us to the meeting so that we can get to a meeting sooner in a more preventive fashion.
And
I don't think hospitalizations is meaningless. And what I mean by that is back in the beginning, we were all talking about what we were trying to accomplish from a public health perspective, and it was to not overwhelm our hospital system. And now we're at the stage where I think I read on Bloomberg, something like 80% of the people over 60 had received at least one vaccination. So if I'm imagining a situation where a lot of our younger and healthier people are getting mild cases or cases with no symptoms, no one's going to the hospital, that looks like a flu season, right? I mean, that doesn't to me rationalize or justify taking away people's liberties and moving us backwards but just those two things by themselves. So I think the hospitalizations and deaths at least give us some kind of a way of understanding impacts that we definitely don't want to happen, because this whole concept of herd immunity, there's a lot of people now who are saying we're never going to reach it there, right? This is going to be kind of like the flu, and it's not going to go away like polio went away or mostly went away, or other things like that. So I do think that I don't feel perfectly comfortable with the idea of a mechanical switch being flipped based on just cases or test positivity. And I think the solution we have now allows for that. So I'm not going to, I don't think hospitalizations is meaningless. And I will probably bring that up in the context of a conversation, should we get there, which I don't think we will. And I certainly hope and pray we don't.
Just for a clarification, George, I can see you're itching too, but I just wanted to, as a clarification, again, I've never meant to say that hospitalizations, I said the same thing about overwhelming hospitals. So we're completely in agreement on that, Sean. I'm just saying that if we tried to measure hospitalizations in Empire or hospitalizations in Downeyville, I'm just saying that there's a relative scale of the sizes of the sample sizes within which it becomes more or less it becomes meaningless in a different way, and that it is so anecdotal that it's not useful for preventive management purposes, both by nature of the point and sequence at which it happens, and by nature of the size of the sampling within which we're working. When we get down to one, it's just so little. So that's all. And Tim could answer the question about whether we're in a demographic that we're no longer at danger from COVID.
I didn't say that, by the way. That's a
I didn't. Well, I mean that we're getting there. That if it's like the flu, that's what I'm.
Yeah, it sounds like we're agreeing non-violently here. And so why don't we go ahead and does anybody think that the outcome of this portion of the conversation is other than hospitalizations are being removed from the list and the snapback metric wouldn't just automatically impose a move to blue? It would automatically call us into an emergency meeting where we debate the meaningfulness of hospitalizations and everything else.
I'm good with that.
Right. Yeah, I'm good with that. And emergency meeting means that's so that if all of a sudden some stuff popped up and Tim threw it in our face, George could call a meeting for tomorrow, right now, or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. So I want to a clarification with Craig Abrahamson. Are these levels for 14 consecutive days? I know that we talk about a 14-day incidence rate. Tim is.
Yeah, I just a couple points of clarification. First and foremost, somebody said earlier about we have a spike in positivity or a spike in cases. That was the intent behind using 14 days. It sort of minimizes that potential of a weak spike because someone had a house party and 10 people got COVID, that sort of scenario. So we're taking a 14-day average. It gives us a much more stable number in terms of our cases and test positivity. The other thing I might say, to Sean's point, and I really don't mean to throw gas on the fire, but yes, the vulnerable population has been vaccinated. But now what we're seeing is that 30, 40, and 50-year-olds who are unvaccinated are the new susceptible population, even though they are young and healthy, quote unquote. They are what are driving our 200 plus individuals who are now in the hospital in the last 3 weeks in Colorado. All the more reason to get vaccinated, and please tell all your friends and neighbors. So, but I think that hospitalizations and deaths are a challenge for a county of our size. That I will agree. I think that the case count and test positivity at levels that they're at in a 14-day period are a good indicator of what potentially could be coming down the road for us. And by default, we have included hospitalizations in that realm. And so that would be my argument to you all in an emergency meeting is our numbers have increased significantly. Here's where we're at now. We may only be a couple of weeks away from hospitalizations going up or starting. And so I think we need to do something. That would be the case in point. So to Randy's point, I don't think including them now, taking them out isn't really going to change much. I agree with it, but I think the other two are a good indicator of where we might be headed with hospitalizations and deaths. So I think they're a good litmus for what we might be seeing.
And I would only point out that the good thing about removing it is that it doesn't leave one more caveat that says,
Right.
you know, it
Yeah.
doesn't, somebody can't hold it up and say, well, you didn't hit this, so therefore we can't make a change. That's all.
I agree. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we can't bind future boards or ourselves in that manner anyway. So another comment that I received from a helpful constituent, the metrics say a 14-day incidence rate of no more than 300 cases and no more than 7.5% positivity. It was suggested that we change that language to say greater than, and I sent that off to Peter because it's a little bit, well, it's not, it's above my pay grade. So Peter, what do you think? Do you think that that's a good way to go?
So actually, in reading it and reading the suggestion, I actually think it does make sense to change it. So what I had proposes 14-day incidence rate equal to or greater than 300 cases per 100,000. Percent positivity equal to or greater than 7.5. I mean, we don't need the equal to, but I think it gets us where we need to be. And I think, Dr. Ryan, that actually is probably what we're intending to mean here, as opposed to no more than.
Right, and yeah, I agree. And to be honest, if we're on the precipice of both of those numbers as a 2-week average, I'm going to call George and Sean and Randy and say, I think we need to talk because things are going in the wrong direction. So either way.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's well said. One of the traps I don't want to fall into is, you know, the longer the runway for people to know what we're thinking about, the better. And so if we start seeing, we talk about this weekly, if we see case counts start to approach these levels, I'm sure we'll be talking about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
One would hope it would pop up at the COVID update as a passing comment says, hey, let's get a meeting or something like that.
You can guarantee it.
Exactly.
So another item, because these actually kind of tie together, you know, we're looking at this order and then we're looking at a mask order, but this order refers to the mask order. So there are several places in this where, in the Public Health Order Resolution 21-02, where it states, except when you're in level clear, except when you're in level clear, except when you're in level clear. And so it takes all of the capacity restrictions out, which we presume, therefore, that social distancing is not a requirement in level clear. But we do say in here in a couple of spots, except for state orders or local mask orders. So how are we approaching our local mask order with regard to level clear?
So I can speak to that, but certainly Dr. Ryan may be able to as well. What we did is the mask order remains in effect, and there is language in this resolution and this public health order, where, as you indicated, refers to that the mask, this is still subject to mask orders. Level clear does not eliminate valid mask orders. We have a valid mask order right now. The other proposed resolution that you're going to consider today removes the capacity requirements from that mask order that were thrown in now that we have this. The other thing that, just so you're aware, is I extended for consideration the length of this mask order to coincide with the end of level clear, which is August 15th. It seemed unnecessary or maybe even confusing to make the mask order expire as it currently does on May 30th, when we found out we have these new phases coming into play. So my suggestion was to just extend it and make it end at the same time as phase 2 would end here. But the mask order will remain in place even during level clear.
I completely concur with that.
I did see a piece of information recently And I think there's a lot of ways, words have a lot of different meanings. And it said that it found that, I think it was that social distancing made little difference in an indoor setting, which could cause you to believe that social distancing isn't really having any impact. I read it a little differently in that I was probably reading that aerosolization was so much greater a factor that in relative terms, social distancing was unable to accomplish as much in indoor settings where people sit for some periods of time, especially when they get out to an hour or two. Tim, could you comment on that?
I didn't read that specific quote, but I would agree. You can take one fact and interpret it two very different ways. Right. If you are in an environment, an indoor environment, as we now know and have learned for the last several months, aerosolization drives a lot of the transmission inside. And this is why I think that the mask mandate is important to maintain that while we're sort of in this experiment of reducing social distancing. I think it makes the masks all that more important. As we know, the economic impact of mask wearing is negligible. I haven't seen any sort of data or any sort of information suggesting otherwise. And I think it's the second most effective way at slowing or stopping the transmission after vaccines. So I think in concert, if we are intending to go to clear, the only way that I'm even remotely comfortable with that is by maintaining the mask mandate. And not forever, not in perpetuity. This is not, if for instance, in June, we see our numbers absolutely fall off a cliff in a good way and across the state and across our county, we might be able to revisit this conversation in a different light and say, our masks really mandatory now? Should we change that? But I agree with Peter for simplicity. In alignment with the two different orders, I think it makes complete sense.
Yeah, I'm happy with that as well. I think, Peter, that logic is sound, and I don't know if I have any further comments on these public health orders. I'm in support of.
Real quick one. I just read, I think I got it through Bloomberg, but it was Slate Magazine, which is not a conservative Wall Street Journal for those who might be wondering, talking about switching away from mask mandates outdoors just because there's little evidence that it does any benefit. So as we're revisiting the mask order, I'm sure I'll bring that up in the future.
Yeah, and to your point, Sean, the CDC just changed their guidance this morning. For folks who are fully vaccinated, outdoor masks are no longer required.
So that what I think I hear is a call for us in the coming maybe weeks to revisit the nuances of our mask order.
Every Tuesday around 11:30.
I would encourage us to find a time, have the conversation, go in deep, have an outcome, and then, you know what I'm saying. So any other comments on these public health orders?
Just for the board to keep in mind, if a motion is made to approve these orders, there are, from what you're looking at based on the discussion today, 2102 does have certain amendments. I would recite them as part of any motion that is made, and I'm happy to, when it's appropriate, when the motion is made, to just fill that in during that motion.
I would, so I move that we approve Clear Creek County Board of Health Resolution 21-02, standing public health order to continue to control the spread of COVID-19 and protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the Clear Creek County community, with the exception and amendment that under snapback, and I'm trying to find this where it says simultaneously, it's under B, it's under 1 assignment of movement of dial levels. B, phase 2, 4A, should case rates, percent positivity and hospitalizations increase simultaneously, I would remove the words "and hospitalizations."
And the
And
additional
if
thing.
there are other amendments I would welcome. They come from the other commissioners as well, or anyone else who remembers them.
So the other amendments would be, what we would do is, in the language that you referred to in 1B4 of this, 1B4A of this section, Randy, it would say that the Board of Health and the Public Health Director shall meet in a regularly scheduled or emergency public meeting as appropriate to discuss imposing additional restrictions. We also removed number 3.
Yes.
Which is the hospital. And I did make one additional change that I'd recommend, which is on C, where it said CCPEH in the interest of public health. I've changed it to CCPEH and Board of Health, if the board thinks that makes sense. This way you again are consenting and consulting together on that.
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't think this does anything to change the standing statutory authorities we all have. Okay.
Correct.
I second the motion as amended.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
So I move that we also approve resolution, County Board of Health Resolution 21-03, amending standing public health order requiring facial coverings in public where social distancing cannot be maintained and facilitating contact tracing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Anybody care to have any final words? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, everybody, for listening and paying attention closely and figuring out how we can come to agreement on this. It is afternoon, so we are on our lunch break. We will take a break until 12:30, where we have a work session to discuss county lands disposition. See you all then.
Bye.
Okay, we are back. 20 minutes really flies when you're trying to get lunch in, huh? So it is 12:30. We have a work session to discuss the county lands we own and what we might do with them. I know on the agenda it says disposition. I think that's a phrase that doesn't perfectly match our intent. I think we're just talking about how to use and manage and potentially dispose of some of these lands. But we'll have lots of opportunity to talk about that.
Discussion of public lands that we own.
Yeah, there we go. So Matt, you're unmuted. I bet that means that you're the one that's going to walk us through this.
Actually, it's going to be a team effort, but I was hoping that maybe Beth could bring Martha over. Pretty please. I was just going to say, yeah, this has been a group effort up to this point, including Martha Tableman from Open Space, Lisa Laban from Special Projects and Water, and myself with mapping, of course, and Amy Saxton with strategic and community planning. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Amy to kick us off, and I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen here. I've got a little PowerPoint or a presentation for you.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Matt. Yeah, we just wanted to start off and connect this presentation directly to the strategic plan. And this is one element of the strategic plan. It's one of the strategic objectives that's under goal number 1, which is to create economic diversification strategies. This is the goal connected to county-owned properties, identifying county-owned properties available for disposition. This is one of what will probably be 3, maybe 4 presentations that you'll see regarding this topic. And this first one is building on, I wanted to just offer some background. We shared the memo with you. Hopefully you had a chance to review it, but so I wanted to share some background and talk a little bit about what you're going to see today. In 2018, Lisa, Matt, and Martha did some work to inventory county-owned properties and identify a few properties that stood out. And a lot of those properties, stuff has happened to since then. Some of the properties that were identified from that project included the rodeo grounds, Shadows Ranch. Things have happened with both of those. That project was more about just sort of identifying projects that had potential for development versus disposition. So the projects were distinct, but nevertheless we are building on the work that they started then, developing that inventory list. So what we did was took that inventory list, reviewed it more thoroughly, updated it, made sure it was accurate, and started the process of sort of categorizing the items on the list. There were probably a couple thousand properties on that list, properties that range from properties that are less than 1 acre to larger tracts. So there's a wide variety of county-owned properties that fall into a bunch of different categories. So we identified and started to categorize them. We're going to talk to you today about what those different categories are and what they mean, and offer some general descriptions of those. And Matt, we can go and look at the next slide. And so this table just sort of overviews the general categories. And then I just want to point out that there's a little bit of complexity, not mind-bogglingly so, but when the BLM land transfer took place in the late 90s, a bunch of that land had a designation associated with it that restricted it to certain purposes, recreation and public purpose. So a bunch of the land has this designation called RPP, and that RPP land has sprinkled across all the different categories. There's RPP land that has ended up in open space, RPP land that's in right-of-way right now, all across all the different categories. There's some land that is limited for recreation and public purposes. It doesn't mean it can't be sold or disposed of, but it has that limited designation on it. And then just another limiter is that some of our county-owned land has split interests. Sometimes we might only own a certain set of rights associated with the land. Not, again, you know, it's not like it doesn't mean we can't do anything with it, but it's just another limiter. So mostly we will be trying to help illustrate some of the complexity around the land. And it's not, again, it's not like we can't do things with it, but there's some complexity. So this table identifies, lays out the different categories and the different limitations on some of those categories, and identifies the green cells are the categories and the designations that are the least restricted, the most low-hanging fruit in terms of the available lands. And so what we're going to do is go through and talk about the different categories. And Matt is created this really robust tool to look at this. It's the story map that lets us look at each category, have a map for each category that we can zoom in and answer questions and really explore each category as depthfully as we like. So with that, Matt.
Thanks.
Matt, just real quick before you get started, I just want to let everybody, I'm going to turn my camera off and finish my lunch, but I'm here and my attention is wrapped.
Very good, thanks. Yeah, so like Amy said, this is kind of an interactive tool, and I suspect we'll build on this as we get closer to maybe making some site-by-site recommendations. But for now, it's just, I just wanted to kind of go over some of the features that are available in here. And so some of the things you'll see on the right-hand side here, we've kind of got an interactive map that I can zoom in on. And this is showing all of the county lands, all of the property that the county owns in Clear Creek County here in this blue color. It's got a little legend up here, not a whole lot in there at this point that we can expand and that kind of thing. You can use the little tools here to zoom in and zoom out, kind of like Google Maps, that kind of thing. It's got a little home to return back to the initial extent. And similar to our Clear Map application, you can click on these parcels and see some of the information that we've attributed for them. And then also, as we go through this, you'll see there might be some links that you can play around with that do certain things. In this case, this example, it just zooms into the Idaho Springs area. So, and we'll just hit the back button here and go back to the full home page. And then I think we're just I just wanted to provide a quick overview of maybe how to use this. We'll just dive into the next category here, which is open space managed lands.
Okay, and I'll take it from there. And I'm not going to read through the mission statement. You've heard it from us numerous times. I mean, I think the key points to realize on open space lands is that when the citizens passed the ballot initiative, they were trying to preserve and maintain what they thought brought the quality of life in terms of the unique character and natural environment that we have. And so towards that end, the county over time has given us management of things like the some of the former BLM lands. We have acquired key parcels and such to sort of meet those goals. And it is, as we've said in the past, it is for both scenic and habitat purposes as well as recreation and cultural purposes. So that's, and you'll see the green there on the map is showing you where we have some parcels. As I said, it was set up by a passage of a ballot initiative in 1999. It also gave us funding, which we have used. It's a 1 mil levy which has varied from about 180,000 initially per year to we're somewhere in the 400. I think right now we got up as high as almost 600,000. We do not have an incredible amount of resources, but we have something which is guaranteed. Some examples in terms of the kinds of lands that are open space. On the sheet here, you see Geneva Basin and the Whitewater Park and the Sheep Keep. That gives you everything from the Geneva Basin, which is way out in the western, I guess it's the southwestern corner of the county. It really is being protected because it is a very unique ecological place. It is actually a Colorado natural area. It's been so designated by the state. There are not very many of these in the world. And so it is being managed in a manner which allows people to use it, but to protect the fens, and it has a lot of iron in it, and so you get really unusual plants. So that's sort of very much ecological and wildlife kind of habitat focus. The Lawson Whitewater Park, which is way at the other end, was former BLM land. And when they built I-70, CDOT dumped some concrete or some boulders into the creek there, and it became what was called the Lawson Hole, and people who do kayaking loved it. And so when Tim Malk actually was in my position, he worked with folks to get CDOT funding to build the Whitewater Park. And so you get fishermen using it, you get the rafters putting in, the rafting companies, and you get people kayaking. And so that's something that's very much a developed recreation site. The piece that you see, the square, the rectangle below, is a piece that's former BLM that we kept. So that we actually, if you have events and things, we have parking capability and other site and overflow and tents kinds of things that we have. It makes it more usable because the Whitewater Park itself isn't very big. So that's a recreation-based focus. The Sheep Keep, which is between Fall River Road and Empire, is once again made up predominantly of former BLM land. I want to say there's 1,400 acres, I think is what's in there. It's definitely sheep habitat. We have worked in conjunction with CPW to figure out how best to manage it. We actually can move faster than they can sometimes to acquire parcels when they come on the market to protect the sheep habitat. It is one of the things that we've been working on long-term with them, and it kind of depends on CPW's staffing and whether we can get them to focus on it. But definitely by providing that habitat, is helping the sheep herd, which we know when that crosses over across 40 and goes over to Douglas Mountain into the Georgetown area. So that gives you three kinds of examples. The other kinds of things that we have that isn't reflected in the three things we listed there is that we have trails in various places. There's trails in Beaverbrook Watershed, there are trails in Silverdale, there's trails in Upper Silverdale. And as you're aware, we bought claims last year that follow up Leavenworth Mountain that allow people to follow the Notch Trail now publicly. So open space has a wide variety of kinds of things that we provide. In terms of the status, if lands are purchased with our open space trust funds, they are designated for that purpose. We also have used grant funds. We've had land donated to us. And as such, our lands are constrained sometimes by conservation easements. They're constrained by the RPNP that Amy mentioned. We oftentimes have other agreements, like when we manage stuff that's up between Silver Plume and Georgetown, we work with the Historic District Public Lands Commission to work cooperatively, as our lands are often interspersed. And our initial assessment on this is that these lands are not eligible for disposition.
And I'll just chime in and say, of the about 7,500 acres of county-owned lands, the open space lands are about 5,300 acres. So pretty big chunk. The next category of county-owned lands that we identified are right-of-way lands. There's about 763 acres of these, and that represents about 10% of the total land holdings that Clear Creek County has. Most of these are in subdivisional type of areas. This is an example of the right of way in St. Mary's, but that's where we see a lot of these lands. And these are obviously critical to our road infrastructure. So there's, we probably don't want to dispose of these. And I'll just say, when we're looking at the lands that we'll be talking about a little bit later, one of the ideas might be to save some of those lands or to designate some of those lands for right of way. There are a lot of old county roads in the county that we don't have any platted or delineated right of way for. So that might be one of the uses that we look at.
Okay, I'll
Please.
jump in here for the lands acquired by treasurer's deed. These on the first table, you may have noticed, were identified as some in the green as some of the low hanging fruit that we may be able to dispose of. The process to sell the 35 parcels that the county has obtained through treasurer's deed is specifically outlined in state statutes. Because the statutory process requires the county to sell a property to the highest bidder, the county should determine that it is really in the best interest of the community therein to do these. We've outlined some of the considerations, such as the limitations of sale. And it's also important to note that the process to sell these parcels would require the most staff resources, specifically from the treasurer's office, but also from the assessor, the attorney, the archivist, and others. It's an intensive process. It takes a lot of publications, and we would require Peter to work with us closely because there's some interpretation of that state statute that would be necessary. Other issues to consider are ownership. For example, do we have clear title to these, or is there some encumbrance on the title? Is there legal and or physical access, or both? That would need to be outlined, because some of the parcels they just they let them go to treasurer's deed because they wanted to quit paying taxes because they couldn't get there. They had to hike in. So that's always an issue up here. Another issue is the property and area where development is desired or recommended by the master plan that we would want to look at, because there's, as the map shows, they're kind of scattered all over, and a lot of these are on very steep hillsides. For example, the ones north of Silver Plume that's a very steep hillside, and they're not accessible, and you'd want to consider that. Additionally, if you were saying, okay, we do think we want to sell it, we'd want to look, do they meet the minimum land use standards for development of the infrastructure, such as could they meet our driveway standards, minimum lot size, is it suitable for well and septic? Are they in an environmentally sensitive or wildlife habitat corridor? All of those should be considered. In addition to, is the property even zoned for the desired use? That if we sell it, should we rezone it first? What is the zoning? And finally, the cost benefit of the sale. In some of these instances, it may not be beneficial to the county to sell that particular property given the circumstances. So they are complex properties, and our because of these considerations, we propose that further evaluation be done to develop specific recommendations for each parcel regarding disposition.
Can I ask, I think that we have a process right now where properties go for sale that are acquired in this way. Is that the case, or do properties that are acquired in this way just get added to the pile?
They get added to the pile unless the county pulls them. Sometimes you've noted in the last year, we've actually proposed a resolution and put a resolution in front of you of why the county believes we shouldn't let them go under tax sale. So what happens is when the people quit paying their tax liens, they're going to be going through a process for sale. Then they go into tax lien. If nobody buys them, then they naturally that's how we get the treasurer's deed. That happens less and less all the time. So many of these we've held for years and years. But the statutory process is in place, and we have used it when somebody said, I'd like to purchase that property. You may be remembering one of those where we had a specific request that we have to follow that process, but we only had one bidder and it was them. So you probably have seen examples of us doing this.
Okay, so these are properties that already went through an attempted sale no bids were made on them. Okay.
And then as often as not, is it the actual previous owner that will actually come back in with an offer? Does that happen?
The previous owner has the statute of limitations of when they can step in and pay back taxes and get them back before a deed is issued to the person that had been paying the back taxes.
Right.
I think it's about 3 years or so.
Okay.
Any other questions on this section? Hearing none. Another category of county-owned lands, obviously lands that are developed. You know, some of these are pretty obvious, like the county courthouse, annex building, government buildings, that kind of thing. We also have some EMS resources, ambulance barns, fire stations. There are some odd ducks, what I was calling odd ducks, I guess, lands that we're considering developed, but you know, I'll just say, you know, like the Dumont Cemetery, for example, we own the property there, and I don't think we should consider it for any sort of disposition. And we kind of just marked it as developed, even though there might not be, you know, a building or too many buildings or used for government use, that kind of thing. Another one that we'll have to think about, I think, in the future is the current Centura Health Clinic. As the new clinic is developed and finished, you know, what is the use of that building and that property going to be? Obviously, we're having discussions, I think, right now about the former LDS church in Dumont. The rodeo grounds is an interesting one, you know, because that's adjacent to the sport shooting club. But and initially, we thought we were going to utilize that for the sport shooting park, but at this point, we're not. And so, you know, we'll have to look at that and see, you know, what kind of best and highest use could be used there. So I think for most of these developed lands, you know, we're not gonna evaluate them, but there are, you know, a few that we should consider.
Yeah, a couple thoughts on this section. The resource center, I think if the current health clinic, what we've been referring to as the Jacob House, is on the odd ducks list, I think that maybe the resource center should be as well.
Yeah, if those folks are moving into the new building, I'm not sure if they are or not. That's news to me. So, but yeah, certainly if you know, yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the general plan. And in each case, it's a current use of each one of those two buildings that's now moving into the clinic building.
Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, and I see 3 here that can be part of a conversation about changing use, and that's the Jacob House, the rodeo grounds, and the resource center. Not counting, of course, I guess 4, because the LDS church is part of an ongoing conversation.
Great. Thank you.
Right. Something that maybe should be on this list, maybe it appears on a different list. I struggling to remember. Thank you. The Jordan House.
Yeah, that one we actually have under open space areas. Even though there is a building on it, that is property that, to my understanding, was acquired with open space funds.
Oh.
So just like some of these, you know, they might fall into more than one category. But we thought probably the best category for that was open space. But we can certainly talk or consider that area in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Water storage, there's really 4 properties you'll see here. And other than the White Reservoir, which is also the Georgetown Lagoon, these are long-term infrastructure investments. So Green Lake, which is about 16 acres of surface area, but 50 acres of water, 50 acre feet of water storage. Gwinnett Reservoir, we have 50 acre feet, excuse me, Green Lake's 100 acre feet. Gwinnett Reservoir is 50 acre feet. King Murphy Pond is a small one located at the intersection of Winter Gulch and Circle K. But the county does have some 1.5 acre foot in there annually that we can use for road and bridge purposes by pulling out of Crowell Creek, Yankee Creek, and Golden Willow. But the one of importance here that may be considered is when we bought the 16.4 acre purchase, when the county purchased in 2015 from the Walter Berry Foundation, the land we did not, when we subsequently sold the property to the Bighorn Crossing Development folks, we kept the land that's under the lagoon that you're seeing on your screen. So that land may be worth a conversation with the town of Georgetown or city of Blackhawk, which are the primary owners of the land in the lagoon, or the water in the lagoon, excuse me. And the county is the owner of the land in the lagoon. So that may deserve additional conversations.
Yeah, this is a great topic. So there's about 21 acres of land that, in my opinion, are very interesting. They have divided interest or split mineral or surface rights. And so divided interest is basically a form of co-ownership where, each owner has full rights to that land. So the county has interest in these lands, maybe with private folks. And so we both have full interest in the lands. Then we also, there are some lands that are either separated by surface or mineral rights, where we might only own, the surface and a private individual or someone else owns, the mineral rights, or vice versa. These can, maybe make things a little bit difficult if you wanted to develop or that kind of thing. But I think for the most part, we would suggest exploring these for, sale or disposal, or disposition, I guess would be the appropriate term. So do y'all have any questions about surface rights, mineral rights, that kind of stuff?
Can you give us some examples of a place where we hold one or the other?
Sure. This Hidden Wilderness, this is great. This is a very small subdivision up Hidden Wilderness Road, south of Idaho Springs. This piece here is a tract in a subdivision where we own the mineral rights, and there happens to be a house on it. Now, this area is predominantly used just in the summertime, and then this is an interesting piece here on the side of I-70 between Georgetown and Silver Plume, very steep terrain where we own the surface rights. And again, there's not a whole lot of these, only about 21 acres or so, but there are a few scattered throughout the county.
At the ones like where there are divided lots, basically, like it's one parcel that's not contiguous kind of thing? Or is that a different thing?
That was a different one.
Okay.
I'm not sure we actually identified that,
Okay.
but I can show that at some point. Yeah, I mean that's yeah. Let me see. Let me go back up here. And,
Matt, there was one in Plume. When you looked at the stuff in Plume, there was one of the ones that's above Plume that was that you had early on. It's right there, I think. Yes. No, it's on the other. It's one of the far side. Yeah, there. This one.
Yeah.
There you go.
This mining claim here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Split
Oh,
into
yeah.
I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. So altogether it might be, a couple of acres or so, but individually there's some pretty small pieces. this one's, 1/10 of an acre, but also in a very steep terrain north of Silver Plume.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me.
And our next topic is the RNPP lands. And these are discussed in the former BLM lands under the Transfer Act of 1993, which transferred 14,000 acres out of federal ownership from the BLM and into 3 parts. So part 3 is the lands we're speaking of here and that are shown in yellow here. That was the 7,400 acres that came to Clear Creek County, and approximately 3,500 of those we've sold and retained approximately 4,500 of them. They remain in county ownership, but strictly under the terms and conditions as if they were directly transferred from federal government to the county by the United States under the Recreation and Public Purposes Act. So we do not refer to these as disposable because the only way they can be transferred is complex. It would have to be to an entity that would be eligible under the RNPP Act directly from the federal government, and it would still come with the same terms and conditions. So because of those restrictions, staff recommends that these lands be reviewed under the upcoming Recreation Master Plan process as a significant resource for consideration of campgrounds, trailheads. They can be used for any purpose that would meet under that criteria. So they have a valuable asset, and it will be fun to explore potential uses, especially for the land up at Bakerville. I think that's one of the best pieces here. And a lot of that 7,400 or the 4,500 that we've retained is already under open space management, I should note.
Thanks, Lisa. So this is just again, a quick summary of the categories that we kind of grouped these lands into. And I think, we identified that most, or not most, but there's some of these that are obvious that we should probably just leave well enough alone or let someone else manage, such as the open space lands, the right of way, that kind of stuff. But there are some lands that we can look at.
Yeah, so I think what we're looking for today is just your response, basically your buy-in, hopefully, to our general recommendations on the categories, and then just your response to our next steps. We envision digging into the categories of land that we see some potential for land disposition, and looking at the categories through lenses that I think really, in a lot of ways, what Lisa talked about with regard to the treasurer's deed parcels is a way that we probably want to think about our land disposition strategy in general. We have some parcels that are going to be difficult to sell should we choose to, so we want to try to look at what's out there. How steep is it? Is it something that anybody might be interested in? And try to come back to you with some sort of more specific recommendation. But it's not going to be to do this in a meaningful way. I think it will take a fairly parcel by parcel approach. I mean, I think we can make some generalized rules really to apply to the parcels, like if it's steep, or if it's divided, or if it's this, or if it's that, but we want to figure out an efficient way to make some to make some decisions about what to do with these lands, and that we feel like we can sell or dispose of. And I guess also just whatever clarification you guys want to offer us in terms of what you are looking for from this objective. You know, is the goal to sell as much as we possibly can? Is the goal to sell land so as to generate property tax revenue? Is, you know, whatever you can offer us as guidance on terms of what the objective is really aimed at. Is it to generate more revenue? Is it to just get land off the books? Is it for something else, you know, to help us in balancing how to really manage sort of the cost benefit analysis and how we approach these next steps in drilling down here? Because we could really put a lot of time into this, depending on what you guys were looking for from this objective.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, Amy, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, there might be some tracks that are, you know, overlapping roads, like I mentioned earlier. Maybe want to consider, you know, keeping that either entire parcel for right of way where we don't have it, or for expanding our right of way. Maybe some of these lands are you know, over trails. Maybe we want to keep those you know, lands, or maybe they're a bridge or a gateway in between open space lands. And so maybe we want to, you know, just say, hey, we'd recommend giving these or you know, conveying these to open space. But we want to make sure that we're considering your opinion before we just go and make those initial recommendations. And we want to hear from you guys.
Well, one of the thoughts that occurs to me is that a lot of the pieces that we have that are on the sides of steep hills, some of those are mixed in with other similar parcels that are still privately owned, and others are patchwork within national forest, or, you know, and it seems like when there's a patchwork piece within a national forest, which is wholly undevelopable from our standpoint, that it seems reasonable to keep it in the public domain, to have a contiguousness of that land. Examples are some of what you see above Silver Plume, but I'm not really sure without seeing the whole parcel, and I can go back and look and see what those are if they're identified. But, you know, we've got a lot of stuff that came to us because, or we have some stuff that came to us because people didn't want to pay the taxes because it had no real value to them. So there wasn't any point in paying taxes anymore, or somebody died and they didn't even know they owned it and it went away and it was not in a position to have attracted attention to begin with. The value of selling that off just to have more little contiguous pieces like that. I mean, the only real advantage to doing that is to having a few dollars worth of property taxes come in, and it's pretty small when you look at I'm looking at I still have the spreadsheet up with the yellow and the green, and, you know, when you really get down to it and you look at non-RPP acres, and you look at treasurer's deed, you're looking at about 35 acres worth of stuff. And then you look at undesignated and you've got 133.6.59. Describe undesignated again in terms of the type of land category and ownership versus treasurer's deed.
Yeah, basically it didn't fall into any of those other categories.
Okay.
It wasn't open space. It wasn't right away. So.
Okay.
Is there any kind of common narrative around those properties, or?
I don't think there really is, Matt. Would you say there's anything?
I would say, just my guess, majority of the acreage are in steep terrain with limited or no road access.
Isn't one of the pieces the one that's up by Empire? Isn't that the old Was it the dump or the landfill?
Mm-hmm.
It's a reclamation site,
Oh, okay.
which we control to prevent people from getting onto it and doing things that would cause it to be unreclaimed.
And you can see, George, that that undesignated category has 368 parcels. So that's a lot.
With an average parcel size of 3.45.
So one of them's giant.
Yeah.
Oh, but RPP constitutes the great majority of it, 90% of it.
Yeah.
So I think I wasn't anticipating we would start with this broad of an approach to the lands. I think my understanding of where the board was going was talking about a more discrete list of those lands that really there's, something to be done on. I hear from you all a desire, and I support it, to, triage fairly aggressively here. You mentioned 3 considerations for properties that we would look through and decide, okay, well, this one's part of a right of way that we'd like to have. Maybe those all just go into a place where we document, so that if anybody's looking at this in the future, they know, okay, all of these properties are on this list of properties that we have an interest in. I don't know if I would go further than that, and I don't even know if I want to call an exercise like that a priority. Just knowing all of the very complex problems we're trying to solve here. Randy, you mentioned within national forests. I think that's completely reasonable. And I think you were also at least alluding to, if not just stating outright, there are some areas where, if you look at our land use code, we sort of discourage development on.
Right. Alpine tundra, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so you could put like above this elevation kind of a threshold. That would be, that would cover, I think, most of the areas we're concerned about. The area we always think about is the Waldorf area, where there are some private holdings and people develop up there, and it's not good for anybody. I don't know that I have much else to say on the big pie.
When we look at open space, RPP areas, rights of way, some developed land, I suppose there could be something in there that we were wanting to not own anymore for one reason or another. Water storage is extremely important. Doesn't seem like we'd be touching that. And then your RPP acres under the undesignated, you're really left with a very small amount of stuff. And if you look at the sum total, there are within the 4 green boxes, which is primarily the areas it sounds like you're saying we can look at more readily, at least consider, even though a lot of those are going to be those kinds of places we talked about. Yeah, it's a private piece of property sitting on the side of a cliff surrounded by Forest Service. But so what that does is it cuts it. My first thought was, well, we got 1,210 parcels to look at. So we could create this giant matrix that has all these categories, and so you can see everything at once in one gigantic view. But the reality is, instead of 1,210, you're really looking at about 35 parcels up under the treasurer's deed parcels. And if you drop down into the undesignated and separated out the 1,126 acres of RPP land, you're probably looking at only 100 to 150 parcels or something. I mean, that's just a wild guess. So then it's not very hard to say, okay, everything else is off the chart. We're not looking at that stuff for all these different reasons, the big picture reasons. Then we look at that 100 or 150 or whatever it is, and we create that matrix and say, where are they? And it's going to come down to the Jacobs House, the Jordan House, the Resource Center. It's going to come down to the 5 or 6 or 10 that we know. And, the fairgrounds, radio grounds, excuse me. And I mean, that would be a less daunting exercise to go through, to cut out the, to just pull out the green boxes and those parcels and create a matrix that puts some of those value judgments that we put to them about, are they truly developable? Are there places we want developed? Do they have marketable value? Did we come by them because nobody wanted to pay the taxes on them and didn't want to own them? You know, in which case they're just open space out there. And I don't know how big, what I'm trying to do is think of a way to distill it, to not just have us sit here and cherry pick 5 things we care about, but instead have a methodical process that we've gone through that eliminates it and gets it down to a fairly small number. And then we grade those numbers on a matrix. And that comes down to probably at the max 10 to 15 parcels that we'd even think about doing anything different than we got right now. That's just a wild, those are wild guesses and numbers that I splattered at the wall, but.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like the next steps list that we have here, plus some of the things that you pointed out about, you know, if the property's adjacent to public land versus private land is, you know, a good consideration to add. And George, your point about the elevation and whether, you know, the land is in an area that is, you know, kind of ecologically fragile or not is another consideration. And that we can hone down, you know, hone the list further by adding those categories and get down to a pretty small list. And but I think the other thing to just keep in mind here is that we're probably not talking about a list of high potential land here. We're talking about more of a, you know, a list of random county-owned land that probably makes sense to just take care of, you know, that it isn't causing us a big problem to own it. It's not going to give us a lot of benefit to get rid of it, but it's probably worth just dealing with because we're going through this process. At least that's kind of where my brain is landing here.
That's where what I'm seeing is right now is just we keep having this conversation over and over and over about once every 6 months about, damn it, we need to do something about all these public lands we own. So let's create that holistic understanding of what they are in a manner that's categorized like this. And this is a good start.
Yeah.
Now let's look at the kinds that are, okay, these are the ones that are on the bubble, the stuff in the green boxes. Now let's just create a matrix on the green boxes like steep, what's it next to, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
A lot of times what the Forest Service has done with their tiny, like we have mining claims that are broken into 4 pieces right now. You know, it's like this cuts it and that cuts it. And so we got these little postage stamp pieces. What the Forest Service did with that somewhere in the area of about 30 to 40 years ago was decide to start selling those off, all these little pieces of Forest Service between the mining claims, because they didn't have any way to manage them for the same reason, to adjacent landowners. And to make a claim on it, you had to be a contiguous adjacent landowner, and you could say, yeah, I'll take this and add it to my property. So if it's not a piece that we see as developable land, but it can be combined, and it is of no value to us to manage, and we have no ability to manage it, and it happens to be between 2 pieces, and one of the people makes application for it, then we could sell it to be adjoined to that land, not create a new building site necessarily if we don't think that's appropriate. And the problem that the Forest Service ran into, of course, was that was at the same time that they, as they always were, running out of money, so that it turned out that when you wanted to buy one of those pieces of land, and I know that from experience, you would put an application, filled out, you know, a few pieces of paper like this. Then they tell you that you needed a cultural resource survey to make sure that there was no historical value that might be lying on land somewhere. And then you said, okay, let's schedule a cultural resource survey. And they say, okay, let's look at our manpower and our schedule. We'll get to it in 7 years. And so you just gave up and sold the land and walked away. And but I mean, we could come up with something that would be far less onerous than that. It could be that among our parcels that we may have some little slivers that are adjacent to someone else's property, and we make it available to the adjacent landowner. Something. I mean, who knows? Let's just look at the list and see what it turns out to be.
The caution on that, Randy, is if, based on having watched Lisa and Holland et al. Do it with the county lands when they came in and they were saleable, is that there is actually a significant cost in terms of time and staff time and just resources. And that if you're selling the property, you have to come up with the legal description, you have to combine the lots, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's not a no cost undertaking to give somebody the little pieces next to them. Because essentially we did that with the former BLM land stuff when we sold off pieces to people for the years that Lisa was in charge of the program. So
it's just an idea, just flattered at the wall, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, or maybe the cost, if the adjacent landowner is amenable to it and it's worth it to them, they could bear the cost. But
right.
whatever.
I'm just saying it's
just a thought.
Yeah, I know it's a good idea. It's just one of those things that you don't realize all that's involved until you start looking. It's kind of like the treasurer's deed process, but different. But it has lots of hoops. So it's something we can look at when we get down the road. And there may be some pieces that work and some pieces that just aren't worth the energy.
Right. Probably.
Yeah, and I don't hear anybody arguing that any of that should be a high priority. I mean, one approach would be to document what we've done. And try to close the process about these parcels. Maybe we identify a couple that are interesting to talk about, maybe. And then we move on.
Right, and then we'll have finally talked about it, and we don't have to bring it up every 6 months then. So that's
I think that's the key, is to try to close the questions here, and to really complete the analysis of the county-owned lands and to try to make explicit recommendations basically about every single one, even though a lot of them are batch recommendations, right? Like all the open space land has a explicit recommendation, and to just make them documented, memorialize them, and to make it so we have done this due diligence, we have completed this task, and we don't have to kind of keep asking ourselves this question, do we have county-owned lands that we shouldn't own? Do we have county-owned lands that we don't understand why we own them? Do we have county-owned lands that we need to get rid of, and finish that topic and finish that conversation. And really, this has been a great start, and Matt and Lisa and Martha have done the heavy lifting on this work to really analyze the list here and to create all of the data that created this presentation and put it in front of you in this way. And this was the idea to, even if this was broader than you guys may have originally had in mind, it seemed really important to start at this level so that we weren't coming to you and saying, well, there's really nothing, and that we could show you all that there is and why there isn't as much as it seems like there is, even though there's 7,500 acres and all of these parcels, that what it is that we have and what's available and what we can really do and not do. So
as much as it might seem non-productive, I think this conversation started exactly where it needed to, which is it gave us a holistic context within which we can, through the color coding, narrow it down to a small number of parcels. And my guess is the bulk of those parcels will be kind of like the stuff that's left over at the end of your yard sale, and you set it up by the curb and it says free stuff. It's all still there, no one took any of it. So
we'll start working on a garage sale page on the website.
Yeah.
No, that was very helpful. Thank you. I think, we just wanted to make sure we were kind of working in the right direction. We certainly want to whittle this list down to properties that, might actually be of potential or value and figure out, what to do with those. So appreciate your time.
And yours.
Yeah.
And yours. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the last thing on my mind, I just want to thank you all for, clearly took a lot of effort. It's very well constructed. It's very clear. And so my compliments and gratitude.
Our pleasure.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have about 6 minutes until our next agenda item, and which is work session to discuss our wildfire mitigation strategy. So, Randy, we'll just take a break and be back in 5 minutes.
I'm gonna carry my lunch dishes upstairs.
Hi, Suzanne.
Hello.
We'll get started in just a moment here when Randy gets back.
Hey, George, I've asked Jane Thomas to participate in this, and she's on but not a participant. Who can someone make her a participant? I'm not sure who does that now.
I just did it.
Oh, perfect. Hey,
Thanks, Steph.
thank you.
Do I remember correctly? Was it just Randy and I for the last version of this as well?
My understanding is that Sean was gone the remainder of the afternoon. That he was committed to something after 12. I'm not sure if the board will want to entertain going into an executive session without him. So.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we have anything on the agenda anyway. So we might as well just get started with this one. It is 1:30. This is a work session to discuss our wildfire mitigation strategy. And I see we have Suzanne Bocha, our emergency manager. I see Jeremy Jones, the assistant fire chief with Clear Creek Fire Authority. Kelly Babian is here, the fire chief with the fire authority, Sheriff Rick Albers, and Jane Thomas with emergency management. Suzanne, I think that you're looking from the fact that you're unmuted. I think you're the person to lead this off.
I'll kick it off, and we'll go right to our fire authority to kind of guide the discussion. So as you know, we have a number of different projects, programs, approaches within Clear Creek for wildfire mitigation. And one of those is the county grant that OEM administers annually, which is fantastic. I know the fire authority has a program as well, but we wanted to come together to talk kind of bigger picture about do we want to continue the process that we're using? Do we want to, or kind of what do we want to do about wildfire mitigation within the county, and making sure all those programs are linked, and potentially looking at other state and federal programs that we may want to look into. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to our Assistant Chief, Jeremy Jones. He has an approach to lead this meeting. And as you said, Jane Thomas, my deputy, is on, and Rick is on, the sheriff is on. All those folks have been involved in lots of wildfire mitigation discussions that we've had within OEM. So without further ado, Jeremy, I will hand it over to you.
Great, thanks. Hey, afternoon, everybody. Thanks for taking time out of the day for probably yet another meeting for most of us. But this is kind of twofold. I didn't do a PowerPoint presentation because I didn't want to tie up 40 minutes talking through slides, and we can actually have an honest discussion about what we're here for. This is both mitigation and how we want to respond to an actual incident within our county, both of which I think are hugely critical. If you look at the history, if we just do my lifetime. So in my lifetime, we've had two large fires in Clear Creek County. Reservoir Fire in 78, and then we had 2002, we had the Fountain Gulch Fire. Other than that, we've had a bunch of small fires that are under 10 acres, which is very fortunate. We were one of two counties in the state that actually are in that situation. But I think at some point our luck's gonna run out, and we're gonna be in a position where we have a larger fire that's similar to what Grand County dealt with, or even what Boulder dealt with in October. They lost 26 homes in about 45 minutes, and that fire grew substantially larger than they thought it would. And we have exactly the same situation here if we have something go south. So I want to have a discussion. You know, we've got the county grant, which is awesome. This year, I talked to Suzanne, I talked to Jane about leaving it alone this year. It's a 50% match. It's probably going to be utilized on the east side of the county in the Evergreen Protection District area, which is ideal this year. But long term, we want to, over the winter, we want to talk about maybe revamping it. There's some issues with it that made sense at the time. Like you have to have an employee identification number for your contractor to get grant money. Well, that negates the fact that if I am a small homeowner with a single house that I want the state to put $1,500 into mitigation on my property, and I'd like to recoup 750 of that, but I want to do the work myself because that's what I can afford to do to make it viable. That grant as written currently means I'm not eligible for that grant funding. I am currently working on a U.S. forestry grant that's due on the 19th of May to put in, that would be basically run through the Clear Creek Fire Authority and managed by myself. I'd be the grant manager until 2025. That would eliminate that need to have a contractor, that we can still do 50% match with homeowners, but we can also assist that homeowner with labor in kind at $29 an hour for their volunteer time, for those that maybe can't afford that much, but really do need to mitigate their property, and it's something they want to do, but it's not financially viable. We have a lot of those people within our county, especially with the last 18 months of COVID and some job losses and stuff. It's becoming pretty apparent. So we're looking at some options. So this year we will leave it alone, and we'll see the $50,000 we anticipate goes into some areas over in Evergreen District, which is perfect. That is still our highest risk for loss of homes within our county. And from the fire authority perspective, we're looking, I did a plan for 3 areas this year. Is Idaho Springs, Georgetown, which also covers Empire, and then the Fall River Mill Creek area. We put some boxes in, and we've been working to identify some hazard areas and some properties that we want to evaluate this year and start working with homeowners. Fall River is a perfect example. There's a whole series of homes on Fall River that are extremely high risk, that are owned by elderly people that they're fixed income. They've owned their homes for 40 years. They don't have additional income to do mitigation, but they need it. So we're looking at options as an authority to help those folks out, because in my opinion, they're just as viable as the people that can afford to do mitigation, especially on Fall River, which is a choke point. I know Evergreen's has an agreement with the commissioners to do right-of-way work on the east end of the county. We're looking at the same thing. We've been evaluating right-of-ways because right-of-ways are important for evacuation zones. We have an issue. Mill Creek's one way in, one way out, as we know. North Empire, perfect example, one way in, one way out. So as we evaluate these areas, we want to improve the right-of-way. So if we do have to do an evacuation similar to Grand County had to do for Grand Lake, we don't want the sticking points that came out of that with limited access, fire next to roads, making them impassable. So we're looking at that this year. And we'll probably be coming to you guys as commissioners to get an agreement in place that allows us to do some mitigation work on those right-of-ways, working with Carl's group, probably more next year than this year, but it's in the planning process. We are doing evaluations of properties throughout the county. The other unique thing that we have within our side of the county that the Evergreen side of the county is fortunate that they don't have is we have a huge amount of watersheds and water supplies. So we have Empire and Georgetown and Silver Plume, all for example, that take water directly out of a drainage within their community for their water source. Idaho Springs, same thing. They take their intake is off the Mount Evans Wilderness. So mitigating around the reservoir would be a benefit to Idaho Springs. Blackhawk, City of Blackhawk takes their water directly out of Clear Creek. So everything we do upstream ultimately affects Blackhawk. That's a big deal. Beaverbrook Watershed affects a lot of people. We've got the reservoir in Empire and Georgetown Lake, which are both golden water sources. So we have a huge probably risk of destroying a water source for a downstream user if we don't plan for it. So that's one of the things that we wanted to focus on and work with, well, in this case, it'd be the municipalities to get some access and evaluate those sites and maybe see what we can do as far as a mitigation strategy to build some more defensible space, to ensure that if we do have a fire in certain areas, we don't have an ash intake into those water systems. If we can do that before we have a fire, we'll be ahead of it. If you look at what's going on right now with the Cameron Peak burn, that's their number one issue is water quality is going to go down because those reservoirs are all compromised. And they are behind the curve with mitigation, no fault really of their own because of the size of the burn, but I think it's a lesson learned for us to look at what's happening in these other municipalities and the other counties and maybe try to be ahead of it, because we are luckily in that position we can do that. Make sure I'm not missing stuff on my list. I do have reports for Idaho Springs, Georgetown, and Mill Creek and Fall River. My question to you guys as commissioners and anybody else, would you rather see that electronically? It's an 80-page report. It's mapping, it's number of homes, it's risk levels, it lists, it's everything. It's very in-depth. It's from State Forestry. We run those on a regular basis. We run our maps every year the same way. Or would you rather see that distributed as a hard copy? I can do either one. I'm just curious what your preference would be, because we do want to get those out. And we anticipate doing those on an annual basis moving forward. I can do them for any area within the county. If there's something you want in particular want to look at, I can put a box around it and generate an 80-page risk assessment for that area that lists everything in the area, number of homes and what the risk is and how accessible it is for fire mitigation or fire, basically actually fighting a fire. That is something we have in place that we would like to distribute more than we probably have in the past, especially to the towns and to the board and really anybody else, the public. I think the more information we get out to the public about the actual risk and what we're attempting to do gets us hopefully buy-in with the public and some support, which we're going to need. We've got a lot of people that like the trees in their yard, and I'm the same way. I like the trees. That's a great deal, but we need them to understand the risk of that tree in the yard could cause you to lose your home. And they need to have the information to make that decision. And I think we've done an okay job in the past of doing that, but that's one of my focuses is we do a better job of educating the public and providing that information to the people that pay taxes within our community, or even the people that drive through our community to understand that we're not destroying the forest by doing these mitigation projects. We're trying to preserve the forest so it's not a black moonscape like the Cameron Peak burn, for example. That is a moonscape. If you haven't been through it, take the opportunity. It's enlightening. It looks like a bomb went off. It'll never be the same in our lifetimes. So we try to avoid that too, especially with, I think we're a tourist revenue driven county with skiing and all the other recreation that happens in our county. So preserving that is good for us in the long term. So that's one of why we focus on that as hard as we are. So that's where I'm at as far as the mitigation stuff. What I want from the group, especially the commissioners, is what do you see as issues? What do you see as things that maybe make you say, well, what about that? Or what if? I want a list from you guys. What do you want to focus on? What things worry you? Because what I don't want to do is go into this in any way, shape, or form with blinders and maybe miss something that, say, Randy sees on a regular basis living in Empire that I might miss because I'm not there as much as he is. He sees the recreation that goes up North Empire that could cause a potential problem for his home. So that's what we'll start with that. If you guys can give me anything give me a list of things that you want to focus on, or maybe you have questions about.
Yeah, so I think my own preference, you asked a question a while back, digital is fine to send those analyses. I think it would be great we have a written comment here about just the public wanting to see this. If we could get up on, maybe it's the county website, a repository of this information for people to go look at. And then I have a question for you. Is that the information that is the basis for the community wildfire protection plan?
It is, it's part of it. It's definitely part of the basis. That report should be the basis for everything we do moving forward for these areas, because it lists how accessible is it if we have a fire? What's the potential for a large fire in that area? How many homes are involved? How many homes are at high risk? So that information is kind of the basis for everything I think we should be doing as a community and a county. I know Evergreen runs a similar report on their end for their areas for litter and all those areas they've got also. So yeah, it's definitely what we should be. It should be the pedestal for everything we do moving forward, in my opinion.
Okay. And I definitely want to leave space for Randy. I saw you unmute once already. It seems to me, I think it was during the last time we talked about this, it was discussed that the community wildfire protection plan is out of date. And so it would seem to me that a top priority would be to update that.
Yes.
And, I don't know, I think that's an OEM thing, but I don't know. And I don't know if is that grant funded? How do you get that going?
I know that Jane wasn't around when it was originally done. It's not grant funded. So that's something that, yeah, and a lot of the, maps in there are, fine, but there are a lot better quality maps now to really be able to see all the detail in the areas that we're talking about. But yeah, they do absolutely need to be updated. And I know that Evergreen Fire, I'm sure Jeremy knows more than I do about this, but Evergreen Fire, has someone specifically working on these, and like one staff person. It's a big job. So, but Jane, do you want to comment on how they were done before? You're on mute.
Sorry. As you stated before, I wasn't here at the inception of creating the CWPP. I came in a bit later, but I know that in doing that, I kind of went back and looked at what all the actions were that were done. And we had a lot of community meetings, and the meetings were attended by 50+ people from every different areas of the county that had input, on building that CWPP. But the other thing about that is too, I mean, some of that information is so outdated because we have done mitigation work. And I think that, that all has to be looked at and re-identified. And I agree, the maps can probably be a little more accurate than what they are in that one. But, and just to say, I think, Jeremy, this year, I think I'm going to have an application from St. Mary's for that county grant, which is really exciting. This will be their first year to actually apply. But it is a very long and very detailed process to do that. And Suzanne mentioned the other day that the same gentleman who helped us create this first one would be available as a consultant and very knowledgeable, John Chapman. He's very knowledgeable and very good. I'm sorry, I don't have the information on how we funded everything. As I said, I wasn't here on the very beginning of that, so I apologize, but I tried to get some information. And yeah, I agree. I think that that's one of the places that it needs to start, but it's going to be, it would take probably a good year to get that current, I would think. I'm sure that the information that Jeremy has and can put together would certainly be more than useful, because that information that he's talking about is in fact in the current CWPP. It's outdated information, but it's where they drew that information from for that document.
I see that Chief Babian has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add information. The CWPP, the plans were done for the focus was to get individual property homeowner groups, excuse me, and communities to participate in that for different areas throughout the county. And it wasn't, Kathleen helped facilitate those meetings with John Chapman, and I believe there was some Forest Service funding for his position. But rather than putting the task on one person or one group, the focus was to get the communities and the homeowners involved in putting together plans for their local little areas. And that excuse me, that gets them involved and gets some ownership in it. So it makes it a better program.
Yeah, that I recall participating in some of those that Kathleen was running. And I think the idea of engaging the community is not new, and it's more important than ever. One of the things, obviously, this is a state and national conversation going on around wildfires right now. And one of the constant refrains I hear directed to me as a local is the money is coming. What your job is to generate is the social license, right? This mitigation doesn't, it changes the way the forests look, right? And if you're somebody like me and you've spent 30 years looking at the same forest, it's going to look different once it's mitigated, and we'll be safer, but we need people to understand that and to have buy-in on that.
I think that the fire managers and the forest managers, the people that have the clearest understanding of the risks because they understand fire behavior. So I think that a lot of the data actually exists. It's a matter of recompiling data to current standards. There's having a plan ourselves. The plan ourselves seems like it falls mostly on the treatments that we apply around our built environment, the towns, upwind, downslope, places like that, where we're most likely to see fire spread, but I wouldn't be the person to say what that is. And then there's defensible space. So there's treatments in general for the larger section of where it comes from. I think it's good to have the public involved so that they are informed, not so that they can say, here's what we want the Forest Service to do and the fire department to do, because it comes from a point of less knowledge. What was most helpful in Empire when we started trying to create a few spots up here, and we've been talking about creating tiger stripes and stuff like that, is to get everybody together and explain what the risk is to the town and the community. So I think as we divide certain areas, certain places pop to mind for me. I look at the Witter Gulch, well, of course, Upper Bear Creek, but particularly Witter Gulch because it's directly downwind from some really and in thick vegetation, and downwind from some really thick vegetation on the east side of Mount Evans, and a lot of those state lands that sit right in there. I think there are 2 or 3 kinds of lands, Denver Mountain Park and stuff. So there's segments, there's certain rectangles and circles and stuff that we can draw in the county and come up with, risk zones. But the main thing, one of the main purposes for that is going to be to educate the people that live within those zones so that it becomes more immediate to them. I mean, we're all looking out and saying, look what happened at Cameron Peak and look at what happened in all these different places. And we relegate a lot of it to climate change. And then we get into arguments about whether it's really climate change or not. But when it comes home is when it really matters. when it's your favorite place to go play or when it's your own neighborhood or your town. I think it means something else. So the best thing, some of the best work that we can do would be to educate the public by identifying zones and then letting the people know that they live inside those zones. And this is why we need to spend money on public lands for fire mitigation. To help, because public support for public lands and public support for forest health and fire mitigation is, and the willingness and the recognition that means we need to encourage, congressional spending, all that kind of stuff, government spending to get in there and make a difference, put enough money into an area to make a difference. And we definitely have some high, there isn't anything to my knowledge, and Jeremy, you might be able to speak differently to this, but to my knowledge, a lot of what happened in Larimer and Grand, the difference between that and Clear Creek County was a roll of the dice. Same thing could have happened here. And if you take the size of a couple of those fires and lay them over Clear Creek County or over the I-70 corridor, you can see avenues down through which fire could have traveled just as quickly and easily and done, quite honestly, immensely more architectural damage, to the built environment than even happened over there. So recognizing that we're exactly in the crosshairs of the same thing that happened in Grand and Larimer County right now, and getting our people to understand that's helpful without terrifying everybody, but at least gets, support for action.
Perfect.
Do you disagree with with that risk assessment, Jeremy?
No, that's exactly right. Actually, we're in Larimer County, came to the Raywa Wilderness, which is similar to what we have with Mount Evans. So we have Witter Gulch is a perfect place that we have a problem. They can't do any mitigation on the federal lands within the wilderness designation. So the state lands is a small area that's been mitigated, but that's a small buffer. So the east end of our county is highly at risk. If you look at the I-70 corridor, if we have a large fire that starts on Guanella that is uncontrolled, it's going to travel a long ways through our county. And if we're lucky, it'll stop in our county. If we're unlucky, it'll be somewhere in Jeffco before it stops. So that's a very true assessment.
One of the concerns we had, I know when Rick and I were up looking down over Jones Pass, was that if it jumped over into the forest, which was about a little over a mile jump, which was doable, 1 mile to 1.25 miles, and they thought they had high winds coming that day. And the reason we got called up there was because they said, the people that were managing the fire said, this could be the day it jumps into Clear Creek. We think that possibility exists because of the predicted wind conditions. The winds didn't come up that high, and they were able to keep it under control. It hedged more towards the southeast instead. And so the thing acted like a healthy fire and kind of like was crabbing its way across the side of the mountain instead of coming up into one big shear and coming across. But once it comes down that way, you've got a lot of unbroken forest all the way down, honestly, to Empire. And then the deal is, if it ever jumped, it'd be jumping Soda Creek is, just like throwing a match across the road almost. That would be, or not Soda Creek, but Bard Creek. And then once it's on Douglas Mountain, I went up on Google Earth and looked at the trees on top of Douglas Mountain and realized it's only about 1/3 of a mile across to a point of heavy timber on the other side of the I-70 canyon that is hundreds of feet lower than the top of Douglas Mountain, which means the ability of the sparks to flash over that direction onto that side, very steep hill, is tough. And once you go up into Magnet Park in that area, it would take an awful lot of work to prevent that from sweeping on across if you had 2 or 3 days of really high winds, it seems like, people like you and Rick would know better than me, but it seems like it would be a very difficult job to keep that from sweeping across the north face of, the Mount Evans Massif and around into Evergreen. So it could be a Larimer size. It looks to me like it could be a Larimer size fire if that ever got away from us. Rick?
Yeah, I agree. It's like Jeremy said, we're one spark away from a major fire up here. The conditions are right, especially this summer. If it's dry, we're gonna have to really watch it. Nothing's been mentioned about fire ban or anything yet, but I mean, we had red flag warnings on the eastern and western slope yesterday, and then it's snowing today. But yeah, any type of fire mitigation we can get in this county is a bonus. I think the county needs to support as much as we can. But when forest, we got what, 80% national forest? It's hard to mitigate all that. Like you said, up Magnet Park and stuff, it's where I go four-wheeling and stuff. If something gets up in there, oh my God, hang on. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to stop it. It's going to be tough to fight it. And like Jeremy said, a lot of our areas are one way in and one way out. There's a couple ways in up at Magnet Park and stuff like that, but you can't commit resources up there because then you're writing them a death sentence if they get up in there.
It's not just one way in, one way out. For the people that happen to be up there caught, it's the fire personnel sending them in with one way in, one way out is the catch. And that Magnet Park jumping across over to Devil's Canyon, and then Devil's Canyon's to Little Bear to Witter Gulch, just like that.
Yeah. So like I said, one spark away from a major catastrophe in Clear Creek County, and anything we can do to mitigate it, any help what we can do is great. I know, I think it's Larimer County is making their SWAT team firefighters a hand crew. They have lots more cops than we do. I'm going to try to get my people up. I told the patrol captain the other day, I said, I want to see if we can get shelters and some Nomex for my guys, because I think the sheriff's office main duty will be to evacuate people. And I don't want to, like you said, I don't want to send a police officer up to evacuate and get them stuck up there without the proper equipment. So that's something that I'm going to be working on the next couple of months here, is to get my cops up to snuff on getting people out. The code red will help, but you still have to kind of go door to door to get people out of there. And that's going to be cops' job to do that, because Jeremy's going to be fighting the fire and stuff. So that's just my quick 2 cents.
So one of the things that I think we learned from the Grand County fire, and I'm realizing as this conversation is evolving, is that there's landscape scale mitigation and landscape scale risk. And then there's talking about grants at the level of $50,000 a year, trying to get people to mitigate their homes so that their homes don't burn down in the case of a big fire. Did we learn, is one of the things that we learned from the Grand County fire that mitigation around your home, a lot of homes that had been mitigated did burn, right? When a fire gets that hot, there's not a lot you're going to do, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I was over there last week. I had a sheriff's conference over there last week, and I took a little drive up towards Grand Lake, and I was amazed at some of the properties over there that were mitigated. The fire went, it saved them. It was 100 feet off their home. But, the other ones I couldn't tell because there was nothing left of them. Grand County was devastating, but if you drive over there and drive to Grand Lake, it could have been so much worse. I mean, it could have got down into more homes. It could have got down into Grand Lake. I mean, not to say they're lucky, but it could have been so much worse. And I don't know, I'd have to talk to the sheriff over there or some firefighters over there to see what was mitigated and why the fire went the way it did over there. Because I know they did a lot of mitigation over there. Jeremy, you could probably chime in on that, but it was devastating, but it could have been a lot more devastating over there with the houses that it come within. You could see where some of them, it went right through their property and their house is still there. So I don't know if that was mitigation or just luck. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing whatever the name of that report is, where we talk about lessons learned from fires. But one of the things on my mind is do we go all in on a strategy of trying to get people to protect their homes and trying to help people protect their homes and talking about some of the vulnerable populations, Jeremy, that you brought up, where there's not a physical or financial ability to get out there and do the work, and maybe it hasn't been touched in 40 years. Do we go all in on a strategy like that? Do we decide that we want to focus our resources on landscape scale mitigation? Obviously, that's not, as I talk about it, I realize our $15 million in unrestricted general fund reserves might get this much of the problem solved. So
I think landscape is probably something we need to look at as a group. We want homeowners to do their best and continue to drive home they need to mitigate their properties, which is part of it. But the second part of it is things like the fire breaks that were put in with Saddleback. The Saddleback development need to be cleaned out. They're overgrown again. So a lot of stuff up in like Blue Creek above Empire, the pile burning is about 80% done, which is awesome, which is going to help break that fire if it's moving down that side of the valley. Douglas Mountain, perfect example. I was on top of Douglas Mountain a month and a half ago. The amount of dead and down up there on Douglas Mountain is alarming, to say the least, and it was snow covered, so I missed a lot of it. But fire breaks are something that we need to really figure out how we can fund them, and get them put in strategic places. Devil's Canyon is a perfect example. If we could mitigate the top of Devil's Canyon between that and Soda Creek and at least slow it down before it goes around the backside of that drainage and continues down towards the Beaverbrook watershed, that's in our best interest. We've been working with Forest Service. Ed LeBlanc, of course, is the AFMO. We work with Ed weekly and the local forest crews. We've been doing pile burns with them, and we're very engaged with our local Forest Service component. And they're on board with doing whatever they can within their funding. And there's some joint operation stuff we can do, but from a county funding perspective, that is one of our biggest issues, is how do we fund these projects, make sure that the bang for the buck is there, and we have buy-in from the public before we start cutting trees, because there's nothing worse than cutting 400 trees and then finding out that the community didn't know it was going to happen, and now they're in an uproar and they're out for blood with the elected officials and whoever they can find at the time. So education is huge. I will run a report also for Empire. If we can get them on the county website, that would be amazing. I will probably distribute a copy of each one of these to the current. They can take out what they wish. I think the more information we get out there that isn't on Facebook, just to make sure it's viable, it's accurate, it's mapping, it's whatever we can get out there to the public. Sending things out to the property owners associations out there and making sure they can distribute this to their members is hugely important, because we do need buy-in, and we need them to rally for funding and stuff. So when we as a group ask for funding, or we ask for any kind of participation, they're already on board. So I think should be our focus. For at least that's my focus for this year, is doing as many evaluations as we can do on properties. We're doing face-to-face conversations with property owners. It's good that St. Mary's applied for the mitigation grant. We've been working with their property owner association to inspire them to do that. So obviously something is working. So I think our goal this year is as much public education as we can physically do from all of us in this discussion. And then long-term is how do we want to fund next year, 5 years, and 10 years, and 20 years, because this isn't a 4-month project. This is a 20-year endeavor for our county. How do we want to fund it? Sheriff Alberts has a great point. So Lemmer County they put on a wildland crew within the sheriff's department, again, similar to what the sheriff had before in 2003. And they're going to put a module on, a suppression module. That'll probably get approved in May. I just got notification that we have to review that as the board in our May meeting. So they're going to put a module on board through the sheriff's office. I know we're limited funding within the county, but this is stuff that we probably should look at in the big picture to make sure that we kind of have a plan and we have a funding structure that supports our plan, whatever that turns out to look like. And we all know that, again, public education and having people understand why I'm doing what I'm doing and why you guys as commissioners are asking and doing what you're doing makes all the difference in public opinion between them supporting the plan versus thinking that we're crazy and we came up with a bad idea on Tuesday and they're upset about it. So
Yeah,
I'll distribute information.
I think that's really important. I think one thing that was very successful in Empire was that we brought in, the Forest Service, the people that were crew chiefs, that fight the wildland fires with the maps and show us what we're trying to do, explained how tiger striping works, explains what would happen if a heavy northwest wind, even late summer, early fall, came down, heavy north, because we get those frequently whipping down the canyon into Empire, and what looks like a fairly barren side of a mountain could be in town really fast before you knew it. And once we described all of that, but not only then, by having the firefighters there, we're able to describe what it means to a firefighter in that environment. And you can't expect them to try to save your property if they can't save themselves. And so you have to give them, by creating these spaces, the tiger stripes and the thinned areas, even though it may not be, you don't take everything out, but you take out these certain areas, it gives them places to regroup and fight and gather to get ready for the next wave when a fire like that's coming in. If they don't have those spots, if they don't have those places they can retreat to for safety, or where they can mobilize for safety in a safe environment to be prepared for the next stage, then you can't expect them to do anything except go away and let your place burn. Because so what you're really doing is, and that message I think helped the most, that we were giving firefighters a safe refuge and a safe environment within which to try to protect your property and your lives. Because otherwise you can't expect them to be there. And man, once you come across with that message, there's nobody that complains that you've got to thin this area or cut that area down or burn this area off or whatever it is. It's just a matter of getting the job done. And, we got Storm King and Man Gulch and a few places like that that are the history of what's happened when we've just sent people into places and thought it was their job to stop it, and lose 12.5 people just like that, so that seemed to be very helpful. And I think especially to the people that in this county, they understand that.
Hey, Randy, I test your memory, or maybe George. The Forest Service, I think it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, was requesting a grant, maybe from the feds, to build a bunch of fire breaks and stuff. And I don't think they got approved that year, but do you know if they put in for it again?
That particular one was out of the RMRI, which is the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. And there were big time requests coming in from all over the state. I think we did have a very attractive one, but there were some places that just had, that had bigger areas, more forest, I think down out of the Pike and a couple of places like that where they took the priority, so we didn't get the grant. But yeah, Monty Williams and myself and Deb Armstrong and a few others went down to Golden and applied for that. And we were told it was a really good one, but it just wasn't good enough, to get by. But we're still not in particularly with regard to the RMRI, but that's part of what we're hitting our Congress people for, is more money into public lands and more money for fire mitigation.
Okay, I didn't know if that was a reoccurring thing that we could keep applying for year after year, because I looked at that and I thought that was a really good idea. At least get force breaks on Forest Service property would help. But I didn't know if it was a reoccurring or if it was a one-time deal.
I think it is recurring, but we're not on it now. It may be a COVID interruption, but I'll talk to Monty about that. That's a good one. The problem is that how do we use local dollars to protect our local resources and our local people? And the problem is that we're 85% public lands. which gives you, and that ratio against a tiny county with tiny resources is overwhelming. There's little that we can do with public, in my opinion, and I'm not a fire guy, there's little we can do with local public dollars to do some wholesale mitigation of public lands to make them safer and less likely to burn. That's got to come from, those kind of dollars have to come from higher sources. It seems like educating our public, getting support for doing it, doing defensible space around our individual homes, and being prepared to react quickly when things do happen. What we've had is a reputation in this county for being able to strike real surgically and really hot right now. Like everything that's gone off in this county, you say we're one spark away. We've had a whole bunch of those sparks in the last 20 to 30 years that I can remember. It's just that Kelly or whomever is out there, the crews are on them so fast and get them knocked down so fast before they get away from us. Maintaining that kind of like surgical strike capacity and the manpower and woman power to do it, keeping people taking care of their own defensible space, and then lobbying like hell to the feds to come up with the money. And I think the reason it hit me that was really hard to try to do something about it, in a large scale treatment of lands with the kind of funds we have available, is that when we were looking at beetle pine about 20 years ago, I looked up the entire budget for the entire U.S. Forest Service and divided it by the number of acres without taking anything out for the buildings down at Denver West and the upper level management salaries and the desks and the cars or anything like that. Just said, take the entire budget and divide it by the number of acres. And it was like, 10 or 20 bucks an acre. It paid somebody to pack a lunch and go out and look at it. And that was about it. So we just don't have the funds there. It really takes a huge, huge amount of funds to treat these things at sometimes up to thousands of dollars an acre.
Yeah, I think in the meeting, the sheriff's conference last week, we talked about wildfire. And I know that the state their mindset is going to be get on these fires, get on them quick, and call in equipment, because it's cheaper to pay for a helicopter, $1,000 an hour, than in the long run paying for the recovery and all that other stuff following it. So I know that the state's mindset, and I haven't talked to the Forest Service in a while, but the state mindset is we need to get on them fast and get on them quick and put them out, which is what my mindset has always been. And I think the fire authority's mindset is the same thing. We get on them quick, we keep them small. This attitude of, it's Mother's Nature course to burn off our forest. Well, it might be Mother Nature's course to do that, but the cost effective in the long run is more than hitting it with the initial attack.
Probably depends.
So I think Clear Creek County's on the right track.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious, Jan, I want to let you jump in here. Wanting to understand what we're trying to get out of this conversation in the last 15 minutes or 12 minutes. But Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. Number one, talk about public involvement. If you look at what's going over on the east side of the county with those CWPIPs, they have really come together as a group, and they're showcasing. They've got a fire engine that's got all this information on it. They're going to have their first public thing May 1st, I believe it is. And they're really doing a lot to do public education on what mitigation work looks like. It's not clear cutting. It's making your home your defensible space. It's really well defined. And they have been sponsored through their Rotary over there in the Evergreen side. That was the first thing. But the other thing that, and Suzanne will, if she could correct me if I'm wrong, but by completing our newest updated hazard mitigation plan, that will identify risk areas. And one in the past has always been wildfire. And that opens up the ability for a pot of money from different mitigation resources. And I know for a fact that with the 2016, Kathleen had applied for and got a FEMA grant where they went into Echo Hills and they did a remarkable amount of work there. They did private homes, they did right-of-ways, they did, I mean, the work was absolutely fantastic that they did in the Echo Hills area. And that came because we had that 2016 hazard mitigation plan that FEMA had approved. And that's what we're working on for the end of this year. And again, that's going to open up the potential for another pot of money for being able to do some of this mitigation work. I will say this to that, and Suzanne has heard this from me before, but it almost takes a full-time person just to do, when you've got a FEMA grant, just to do the grant management. But I tell you, in the long run, the bang you get for the buck is well worth what you get out of it. And that's federal monies, you know, that's heading your way for doing this work. So I just wanted to put that out there because it does seem to put you between a rock and a hard spot when you look bottom line, where's the funding going to come from to do this mitigation work? And maybe Suzanne has more to add on that, but I just wanted to put that out there because that's something very important. That's why we need a lot of participation in getting this HMP updated and done well. But with that, I'll, if Suzanne has something she would like to add to that.
You covered it very well, Jane, but that's true. As long as the county has an approved hazard mitigation plan and approved, it has to be approved by the state and then approved by FEMA and then approved by you all as Board of County Commissioners. And we have one now and it's being updated and then it will be approved hopefully by the end of this year. As long as we have one in place, we're able to apply to FEMA for federal funding for mitigation projects. Those are those longer term projects that will make a big difference. And Jeremy and Kelly, I wanted to ask, what kind of work have we done or what kind of coordination have we done with State Forest Service in the past? I say that because I met with Nate Beckman. Oh, this was pre-COVID, so a while ago. And he was talking about kind of 3 different areas that State Forest Service could help with in different communities. One was mitigation, one was technical assistance. And so he just mentioned a bunch of ideas and you know, then COVID came, so I wasn't able to work on that with you. But you know, that's also something to pursue. I just wasn't sure where we were with you know, with that engagement. He acknowledged that their staff levels at the time were not where they wanted them to be, so they hadn't been able to do a lot of reaching out in Clear Creek.
We still work with Tony and State Forestry. State Forestry has shifted resources a little bit. So the Timberline, the engine that was in Timberline with the engine crew has actually been moved.
Oh yeah.
They've jockeyed their module still. Their main module is still out of Windsor.
Okay.
So that will be our regional module. And they've shifted some resources over towards Boulder County, which big picture makes a lot of sense because that's where they've got some issues going on currently on the mitigation side. So the drawback to, I guess the long and short is with DFPC taking over State Forestry, we as a small county kind of fall the wayside. But what makes up for that is we have a very good relationship with Forest Service. So we work with them more often than we'd work with State Forestry to do different projects. Fall River Road pile burning that happened this winter is a perfect example of that. In the areas that around if it drives it, the area of the Pink Pig has been mitigated, greatly improved because the piles are gone. So that should help us out long term and give us a fire break on Fall River Road before it goes up to Rainbow Road and the homes ultimately in St. Mary's. So we kind of shifted away from State Forestry more towards working with Forest Service because they do own the majority of our land. And the other shift is it used to be within a mile of forest. It was covered. Now within 3 miles of the forest, it's covered. They'll help us out with any resources. And we work with Cody and those guys, Cody.
Okay.
So that's kind of the change. And it's good for us with as much federal land. There's very little state land within our very little state-owned land within our district. We do have a whole bunch of Division of Wildlife land for those that are ever curious. But DOW has zero fire capability within our county or our region because they're usually out east. It's kind of interesting to look at the layout. So that's what we've done. I am going to apply, say on the 19th, for a capacity building grant, which will hopefully give us some equipment to do some additional mitigation, help homeowners, and also make some fire breaks. And additional funding. It's still a 50% match grant, but if I can get additional funding to help individual homeowners, I'm gonna put in for it. So I'm currently working on those two grants right now to try to get those submitted and take advantage of some of the additional $6 million that the state has designated versus the $1 million they standardly designate every year for wildland mitigation. So we are pursuing those, and we'll see how that turns out. But our big thing is we've been adding capacity to Randy's comments, trying to be on the fires as quickly as possible. We brought in that fire, the strike last year, single fire up on top of Blue Creek. We brought in the state helicopter and had a line around the fire in about 45 minutes, turned it over to Forest Service and left it under an acre. And we can try to continue that mindset moving forward. Otherwise, we'll end up with actually what unfortunately Evergreen had the Elephant Butte fire got away from them last year. Perfect example of the other side of that coin. That turned out to be a very large fire, and luckily the state came in with a 50% cost share on that. That would have been very expensive for their fire district otherwise. So we're trying to avoid that. So we're very aggressive. We've trained a lot of people. We spend a lot of time with Forest Service walking in the woods, aimlessly as we call it, but looking at different things like Douglas Mountain, what the hazard is before we have a fire. And we'll continue to do that as we move forward and see what grant money we can get on top of it. Hopefully that answers everybody's questions as far as kind of where we're going and who we're working with.
Suzanne, you and Jane kind of piqued my curiosity. You were talking about federal grants. Are you referring to the BRIC grant, Building Resiliency in Communities? I think that's a pretty new program, right?
The BRIC grant is a redo, or I guess a revamping of another grant. This is, yeah, they're redoing a number of the federal approach, federal grant approaches. Anything that we would get from FEMA would be a cost share of some kind. And so, I mean, I can get more details on that. I don't know if Jeremy has more details on that off the top of his head, but I mean, I think the bottom line with this is this reminds me of conversations we've had related to our kind of COVID public messaging. It's not going to be one way, and we know this already. It's not going to be one way that we are able to do this, but a number of different items all coming together. So a number of the grants that Jeremy had mentioned, and the county grant that you all provide, and then updates of CWPIPs and the public information piece, lots of different approaches, and looking at our federal and state partners, how they can help, lots of different approaches there. And of course, those federal grants as well. Jeremy, I don't know if you had any more detailed knowledge than I have about those grants right now.
I don't know that we need it right now.
Okay.
In the last 2 minutes of this session.
Okay.
But I think I think we might be at a point where we want to talk about any outcomes that came out of this conversation. And the reason I asked you about the BRIC grant is I got a phone call from somebody that lives in St. Mary's that would like to fill one out. I think the county maybe isn't the only entity that can apply for these things, but the county has the land use authority to have like the right fire codes, et cetera, for FEMA to want to fund us. So that's one avenue that I think could be like explored out of this. I also, Lisa Lieben put into the chat, Aqua did a wildfire planning study. There's actually a link to it there if you want to. Oh, well, it's on the county R drive. So Jeremy, I can just email that to you later. That inspires me to think that we should, it seems like maybe it's just me, but knowing who our regional partners are and then who our local partners are, and building those partnerships, you know, from all the way down from the metro and water districts up to the Forest Service, right? What else was mentioned that is an outcome of this?
I think the big thing is, I think, hey, we're all on the same page, but is we all agree we're gonna get we'll get these mitigation studies published and out, have a very robust public information plan, program. That's one takeaway I've got from this. And for me, I just want to know where you guys were as commissioners, how you felt as far as fires. The one question I do have is, if we do have a fire, currently the sheriff has the authority to authorize that funding. I just want to make sure that that's all still in place, not going to change this year, or is there a threshold in which we start ramping up the larger discussions with the board of commissioners? Because right now he's got the authority under the agreements for anything after the first 12 hours. The first 12 hours, of course, fall under the fire authority unless it's bigger than we think we're going to handle, or we know it's going to go multiple operational periods, and we transfer to the sheriff, and there's some paperwork involved there. But kind of a rough idea where you guys are at as far as funding for fires if we were to have one, because I haven't talked to any of you directly about this, where the previous commissioners, I pretty much had those conversations, so I'm a little behind on my job. I apologize.
I mean, I don't see cause to change the way that it is right now. If you do, happy to hear you out. That might be a subject for something for the board to become more educated on in general. But I mean, if it comes down to the sheriff or the board chair and making calls on forest fires, well, I prefer the sheriff.
Okay. That was my question. That's just kind of
I think it's in the ALP that way anyways, and we just signed that off last week.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, there's generally been the sheriff is instantly incident commander when something goes down. That's a de facto thing, usually. And then he's usually sharing with, of course, fire immediately. And then if somebody needs to be declaring an emergency and signing off on it as the chief elected official, then they usually pull in the chair or closest county commissioner that's there to be the elected official. And basically, if somebody puts a pen in our hand and points us in the right direction and puts a piece of paper in front of us, that's the way we've understood it up until now. Basically, to try to stay out of the way of emergency services when they're serving emergency services. But I think, what would be good is we've gone through, and I've even got it right here, my little emergency, booklet on how to handle everything, exactly what the protocol is. And it probably wouldn't hurt for us just to have a general educational and work session to make sure we all understand the relationships, who's on first. And that's what I think George was alluding to, making sure that we're all we clearly understand the landscape and authority, and needless to say, are trying not to get in the way of emergency services when stuff happens.
And I don't remember if it was Suzanne, you, or if it was Kathleen, but I had her make up or it might have been Jane, I'm not sure, but made up some little red books that were cheating red books. Instead of going through the ALP this thick on, you can make it even multi-hazard now where, it's just this and it's a quick, okay, I got to sign this form to take the fire from the fire authority and just kind of cheat sheets that way. Because I know that, and Miss Jane, you might be able to talk about it because you probably did it under Kathleen. But I think that might be what Randy's talking about too. It's just kind of a quick reference guide instead of having to look at that AOP, which is 100 pages long, and try to figure out where you're at.
We also had that fellow, and I can't recall his name, and it's been at least 4 years since we did it. where we had that fellow come in from state emergency and run us through a series of exercises and practice exactly what it is, so everyone understood their roles. We haven't done that in a long time. So some combination of local and however you'd like to put something together that I think is a good orientation and educational, so we understand the full landscape and understand our own guardrails, I think could be helpful.
Yeah, I think that was Corey Stark came up and did a presentation for you guys. He was our regional field manager, and that's now Gray Lacerte. So, but he and I think Bruce Holloman came up and did a presentation for you guys. So
I'd be all for that.
It's good, but yes, yes, we did have a just kind of a real brief, like down and dirty ABC type of a manual to know how and where to go. I'd have to look for it.
I'm on board with all that.
Okay, great. Anything else coming out of this?
No, I think just thank you everybody for your time. I think these conversations are hugely important, and maybe on an annual basis, we should sit down and talk about how our season looks and what we're going to do and where we're at, just to kind of.
One thing
there's more benefit to it than not.
I see a couple of hands up, actually, Jane and Kelly.
Oh, I have not been watching that. Thank you, Randy. Jan, you're muted.
I had already said my piece, but thank you very much.
Kelly.
I'll add one thing that wasn't discussed under statutes. Title 32, Article 18 allows for a wildfire mitigation authority of sorts that we should probably investigate. And it allows for sales tax to help fund that above and beyond the mill levy. That could spread it out across the entire county. And I've been trying to print this up so I could share it with you, but I'm having a hard time with LexisNexis printing what I choose. So I'll keep working on getting that to you.
One other thing that popped up, I know, is that I've heard from the Forest Service that they're looking at doing and I'm not sure when the date would start, but they were talking about just doing a season-long stage one. I don't think it's not a foregone conclusion, but I think it was it's something they're very seriously considering, which means it wouldn't be far off. Just call a stage one at the outset. Rick, have you heard that also?
We're having a fire meeting tomorrow to discuss the 2021 fire season and recreation closing regarding COVID restrictions. I think that's with Monty Williams and some other sheriffs and stuff. So I might have a better idea of what they're thinking tomorrow morning.
Okay. And then that brings up one other thought too, that I think Jeremy hit right away at the beginning when he said, for example, sitting in Empire, it's not just North Empire, it's all over the place. What we've been hearing at NOCO at presentation after presentation in our core topic meetings about what are the factors that how the U.S. Forest Service is viewing things and a lot of the larger land managers. And there's really been in about the last 2 to 3 years, it seems like a shift in their thinking where before, it's like, well, we're trying to make sure that we can maintain accessibility for all people to do all the things they want. And what they're seeing after the last 2 years of fires is they say that they feel like the number one cause of fire in the forest right now is that if you were to, create a scatter chart of the forest, the national forest, and there's a dot that represents every person out there, that chart, that map of the forest is getting darker and darker and darker because of all the dots in the forest. And, I won't. So obviously with things like the timed entry system at Rocky Mountain National Park last year, and they're talking about doing something similar potentially on Mount Evans this year. Those kinds of ways to kind of reduce the density of people in the woods, and therefore the frequency, the probability of somebody setting a fire off, just fewer people or fewer opportunities. So I know they're kind of looking into that. And anyway, toward that end, they did mention a stage 1 fire ban to just start the season. And unless we just got really wet and rainy, that would be the rule for the year. Based on, I think, more than, and that's what I think Rick's referring to, trying to figure out what to do with the number of people that they're expecting to see in the woods.
Yep. Talk about it tomorrow morning. Maybe I'll send you out an email or something on it tomorrow, mid-morning.
Okay, and I'll work with Jane and Jeremy and Rick about the orientation education and getting looking at getting an exercise on the schedule at some point. And a couple other items that we worked on and keep everybody updated. But yeah, thank you for having this meeting and talking through it. Thank you, Jeremy, for starting this effort and bringing your expertise to it. So yeah, thank you, and we'll all keep you updated.
Kelly's comment inspired me to think about our legislative session and the tools that are coming out of it as it relates to fire. That might be something for us to check in on after session. Say, okay, so what are the new tools we have? I thank you, Suzanne and Jane and Jeremy and Kelly and Rick and Randy. I'm probably not the only one that I think this is the scariest. This is the scariest issue. It's the one that truly keeps me up at night. So thanks everybody for your dedication. And with that, we are adjourned. There's nothing else on the public agenda. I don't believe we have anything else for executive session. Peter, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, there's nothing that can't wait.
Okay, great. Then we are adjourned. Have a great day.